Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth UnCompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, an illusion of shatter. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, January 6th. We're in 2022. Child, these years so sketchy. I keep forgetting it's 2022. I didn't say it 21. I didn't say it 20. Everything but 2022. So we're in 2022 according to their Gregorian calendar. So we're happy to be back, fam. We are doing the series. We're starting up a new series. We're going to go into the American Revolutionary Wars. So we're gonna kind of go over the Indian Wars, go over the American Revolutionary War, go over the Civil War. So y'all know how we do things. We start out with some base sources. I don't know where it's gonna take us. So thank you for joining us and being on this journey with us. And thank you all for being patient with us over our 2-week break. It was much needed, although I still didn't take the break because I was dropping some podcasts. So thank you all for your support on the podcasts that we put out as well. So I do want to send a shout out to the chat. So shout out to son Scotty for being in the house early. Shout out to Indian Star Strike. Shout out to sis Thelma. Yep, we miss you all too, sis. Shout out to sis Stephanie. Shout out to Rashawn. Shout out to JBP. I saw you sent me something, beloved. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Shout out to sis Tanya. Shout out to Carbon. And and shout out to Segment. So, and shout out to all of the YouTube family watching us. So, we're going to go ahead and get started. Let me bring in my co-host. Just a sec. And son Scotty, let me know when you're ready to come on. It's the same link, but let me know if you need me to drop it for you. Let me bring them on. And sorry, y'all, it's something going around in the air. Everybody I know and their brother, cousin, and uncle is sick with something, allergies, flu, or whatever. The tinfoil hat in me say it's something being sprayed in the air. Now, I ain't got no proof of that. That's just me. So bear with me, fam. You see me with the sniffles and with my Kleenex. All right, so let me bring on my co-host. Sis Sandra, I don't see where I can. There you are. I see you now. All right, let me bring on sis Sandra. Okay, son, I'll drop the link. Let me bring on sis Sandra. There you go, sis.
Hold on, I gotta close you guys off. I have my volume on.
Okay. I don't know. Okay, I just muted you, sis. I'm gonna bring on Brother Sean. I'll come back to you, sis. Peace and love, Brother Sean.
Wholeness and power. How you doing, sis?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. I'm great.
Good. Good deal. Good to hear your voice.
Likewise.
All right. All right, then. Let me bring on sis Sandra. See if she got her mic situation together. All right, sis. There you go. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, sis Rhonda, and family, and Brother Sean, and is Scotty Saturn on?
Yeah, Scotty. He's about to come in now.
Hi. Hey.
How you doing?
Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
I don't know how 365 days equal another year, but I guess it does.
Right. It is what it is, right? And in the wintertime, but okay then. So they say. It's good to hear your voice, sis.
Thank you. Same here.
All right, so we're gonna start off with you, sis. Now you done had 2 weeks. Now let me put out the disclaimer. Now y'all know how YouTube be. I don't feel like it with these people. So don't come on here talking about no Rona. Don't come on here talking about the P word.
What's that?
Messing with them children. Don't come on here talking
There
about
you
that. Trying to think. Shoot, it's so much. Yeah,
go.
so let's don't even go down that road, because every time we talk about it, I have once I go in on the back end, I see where they're censoring. So it's just something we unfortunately we can't speak on those things. This is these people's stuff. Whether or not I agree with what I can talk about, that don't matter. This is these people's stuff. So I gotta respect their rules or get the heck on.
You
So
know, David Icke says when they start censoring, it means they're afraid of something, because you wouldn't censor it unless you were afraid
well,
something to
yeah,
come out.
of course, and I totally agree. But even with all that said, this is these people's stuff. It's their stuff,
Except for you pay
and
for it.
and they make it clear that it's their stuff. I mean, I don't pay YouTube to be on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
No, it don't work that way. That's why they can do what they do. I don't pay them to be on um their establishment. So whether or not I agree with it, don't matter. I could take my raggedy tail up the street. That's
Okay.
why,
Well,
a
I'll
lot
be
of people go into Patreon, which, I can understand why. I just don't want to pay Patreon every month, and then that would force everybody else to pay every month. So it is what it is. I'm sorry, but go ahead,
I'll
sis.
be good.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So we know that there's something circulating right now. There's something circulating right now. It's not as bad as the other, but it's circulating. Is that good enough? Is that clean?
Yeah, but we know what you're talking about. What's your next topic?
My next topic is who put it out there.
What I mean, haven't we gone over there? We've gone
No,
over that time and time again. So
no.
what's your topic after that?
My topic is about starseed seeding on this planet.
Okay,
And
say that again, sis. I'm sorry.
starseed
Ouch.
seeding on this planet.
Okay, and let me hit record. Doggone it.
Recording
Okay,
in
sorry. Go ahead,
progress.
sis. Okay.
Starseed seeding on this planet. And I got a hold to an article, and then I went and found a video
Okay.
by the man named Crystal's avatar.com. I think it's
Okay.
Crystal Avatars.
Did you want to put the article up, or how you want to do it?
Yeah, I could, but I'll do it in a while because I have to get it off my phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the Starseed code. That's what it's called. I think it was.
Were you gonna read it? Because I can look for it and bring it up. Or not trying to pressure you. I'm just
I
trying
can
to
read. I have to go off into my mail. I have it where I can read it because it's teensy.
Okay. All right, I'll try to look for it too. You said Starseed
Code.
code. Okay.
Yeah, let me get to my mail here.
Okay.
It's kind of crazy what we're up against, and people. Well, let's get to. I'll talk about his video and how it plays into his video.
Okay. And I'm not. It's not coming up exactly like that. So
He says that there's been several seedings on this planet from different galaxies, like Sirius, Orion, the Anunnaki, the Aryan Brotherhood, the Aryan people, and the Lyrians. And so that's what he says in his article. I mean, his YouTube thing. And he says that this world was occupied by brown-skinned people. And they are called the Ur-tites. I think that's what he said they were. And what he said that happened is they used the Ur-tites as host for the seeding of these different planetary beings on this planet. And they came between 750,000 years to 75,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He said in about 68,000 years ago, the Aryan race, and he tells you what colors they are, were the last ones that, that had been seeded. There is the El Nu Treaty. You'll find in that article. You can put the article up if you have it for them to see it if they want to. Because I can't put it up on my stuff.
I can't find it, but
you can't. Well, he said that they used the Ur-types as instruments of hosting for their seed. So we're all, he said, basically mixed together now. Well, yeah, if you put people, and what it brought to mind is that in ufology, they talk about beings taking women to their ships and impregnating them. And then they come back and put them back in their bed. But the women kind of remember it, you see. And the next thing they know, they're pregnant. And as they get towards term, then they take them back and take the child.
And so what's the dude's name that's saying this so I can bring this article up? I would.
It's Christos Avatar. And the article is Melchizedek.
Oh Lord, just with that name, but okay.
Because and this article is also, I'm going to go into my mail. This article is also about the Melchizedek order.
Oh well, yeah, okay.
And all the things that's involved in there. He talks about the El Anu Treaty. He talks about the Treaty of 1992 between the the Anunnaki and the things that's circulating now that people are catching, and the Draconians. They're in an alliance too. This is what he talks about. So they drew up a treaty with the Anunnaki for them not to take over and kill the humans. So that's what 1992 a treaty was about. So let's see if I can open this thing here on my
Okay, yeah, because I'm still having a hard time finding it.
Okay. He talks about, and I got his name out of the Melchizedek Anu Treaty. I just typed that in. It's easy. It's called the
Brother
Star.
Sean, you remember who else was pushing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see.
The Star.
We need to write a book, seriously, Brother Sean. We really do. I'm on the real. We straight really do.
I'm with it.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it because, y'all have no idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he says planet Nibiru, Earth's electromagnetic fields are not properly aligned with the natural Pleiadian spiral alignments of the universal stargates. Earth would be forced into a pole shift as of 2000 to 2017.
I'm sorry, sis. We still are struggling. We trying to find it. What's the exact name of the article?
The article is Starseed Codes.
CODES?
Yes.
Yes, we can't. It's not coming up.
It won't come up. Let's see. I can forward it to you again.
Okay. Did you forward it? Did you text it to me?
I forwarded it to you.
What, email?
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't get it?
You sent it to my personal email?
Go to Truth Uncompromised email.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't. Let me go on there and look. Okay. All right, I'll go. I'll go look, fam. I was
So
just
they
on
can
there
see it,
earlier.
they can read it,
Yeah. Yeah, so
have
we
it.
can bring it up. We didn't got spoiled since I didn't got this technology. Since I didn't learned something new. We didn't got spoiled, y'all.
So,
Okay.
as I was saying, this it's because of the pole shift that was happening in 2000 to 2017. The Emerald Covenant races initiated the 1992 Palladian Syrian agreements as a means of preventing them this pending and long prophesied Earth pole shift drama in hopes that the human and the Anunnaki hybrid races of Earth could be spared this catastrophic destiny. The Anunnaki legions chose to enter the 1992 Palladian Syrian agreement only because their original takeover plans had been somewhat thawed by human Illuminati Zeta treaty agreements of the 1930s, through which the Omicron Draconian, mind that word, that's just the title of people. Because I'm not talking about, what they're doing. And the old Decron reptilian legions gained an unanticipated strategic advantage over Anunnaki influence in the contemporary Earth drama. It sounds like a book. I thought it was just a book when I was
Yeah,
reading.
I found it. That's you sent it when we were going uh talking to each other. I didn't even pay attention to it. So I found it.
Okay.
Yeah. It should be coming up fam.
So the Anunnaki Legion chose to break the 1992 Palladian Syrian agreement because the Emerald Covenant founders would not give in to their demands that the entire human race of Earth be placed under the sole elitist dominion of a new Melchizedek, Anunnaki hybrid race of inner Earth. So when you talk about this inner Earth stuff, we talked about this before. Now we do know that the Draconians are in Earth, because Gene Decode was talking about that, and some other people in the Patriot movement was talking about that these beings landed in inner Earth. I mean, they went into inner Earth. Matter of fact, Hitler went into inner Earth, and that would be the Draconian branch. And it's also, our C underscore A F B underscore I. They are part of that. That's the paperclip gang that has been brought over here from Nazi Germany and now have established those agencies to monitor and control this side of the planet. This is what we're in right now in all this drama that's going down on, people dropping dead like flies. The Anunnaki broke their original 1992 agreement of shared human and a new Melchizedek co-guardianship of Earth's Templar. I don't know what that is. And attempted to use their trump card of holding Solar Stargate 4 as a means to blackmail the founders into placing human destiny under the thumb of Anunnaki race supremacy. Now, we talked about that Stargate series. I don't watch it, but I went and I went on Google and Googled Solar Stargate 4. I found some stuff, but then I went to Melchizedek, and that's when I found this other guy that what did I say his name was? Christos. avatar.
Mm-hmm.
And he started talking about all of this. Uh, so to agree to such a demand would represent the equivalent of selling Earth humanity in perpetual Anunnaki slavery and the hidden, forbidden history of Earth, as faithfully recorded on the Emerald Covenant CDT plate halographic disc, clearly demonstrated that such an act of permitted Anunnaki supremacy on Earth would guarantee the rapid termination of the human species. Now, you guys can read the rest of it because it just tells the different entities that are in inner Earth who are making alliances to take over this planet. Now, what this guy says in his video, the Melchizedek let me look at my bookmarks and I'll tell you the name of it. Gosh, I lost it. Oh, I guess I lost it. No, I can't do it. Melchizedek. Because I saved the video because it needs further analysis to Melchizedek, Starseed, Anunnaki, Anu, Elohim, El Deity, part 4. That's what it is. This is the part 4. And I need to go back. I'm trying to find part 1, 2, and 3.
Uh-huh.
But he said he gave all the information on how this stuff was worked out. But he said, like what's his name? Kudro Modro. He said they were there when the Anunnaki came.
Who was there when the Anunnaki came?
The ones in South Africa, Kudro Modro.
Oh, Kudro. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is what he says too. And also the Urtites, UR-tites, were there when these people landed. Your book says the same thing. The lady, she says the same thing because we've been here for 2 million years and they only came in 750,000 years. And she said they came in 450,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they utilized their and the Kudro Matro said they were using him for all kinds of sex. He said that.
Yeah, honey, he was pretty detailed about it too. I'm like, child, I wouldn't have never admitted that, but all right.
But see, this is something that ties into everything he's saying about these planetary beings coming here and taking mankind, because they're humans, because human is a breed of alien and human. They have to have the man's seed or the woman's body to propagate these beings.
To create a new race, basically.
Yeah.
To create new beings. So either they're having relations with them. Y'all know how grandma and them used to say relations. Relations with them. Or it's artificial insemination.
Well, I think it's more artificial because
I think so too, sis.
He used the word host. And that reminds me of a parasite who lives off a host.
Yeah, I think it's more artificial. Because over the break I did the podcast. Shout out to the sister that sent it to me regarding the CRISPR technology that they are admitting called gene editing, literally. And they're telling you in that article that they can create a new species, that they can slice and dice genetic DNA, they can replace genetic code. And I immediately went back to what we read in the Sumerian text when they were talking about them doing genetic engineering and genetic experiments and the multiple creations that happen. And we brought that up in the conversation before. And I think, sis, you and I were the ones said, no, they probably artificially inseminated them women. So I think this is the same thing.
And
Now,
they're doing
what, huh?
They're doing it now too. They used to do it in the 70s. Remember all those UFOs when people said I was taken, I was taken, I was taken, and the news media and the rest of the people poo poo, poo poo, poo poo. They must have eaten something wrong today, and they disprove it, except for Camelot. Camelot and David, what's his name? Wilco
Mm-hmm.
was into that, and they proved that. And also, what's his name? William Cooper. Behold the Pale
Yeah,
Horse.
yeah. Yeah. Cooper's work is I enjoy Cooper's work. If you all have not, everybody that's been in this for a while, y'all should have at least heard of William Cooper. Get his book, Beheld a Pale Horse. If we really want to be real honest, most of this information started with him. We
Yeah,
really want to be real honest, and people sit up and want to quote quote talk about white people, but most of the woke people sitting up here talking all of this Anunnaki stuff, and that's even including Dr. York, they got it from the white men.
right.
Okay, even the side of knowing about the hidden accounts and all of the true financial side of that, they got it from white men. Now they ain't gonna want to admit that to you as they're trying to sell you paperwork, but
Of
we're
course.
telling you where they got it from. They got it from the white men. But Cooper's work seems pretty authentic. To my knowledge, he's still around, but he doesn't talk about any of those accounts
Well,
or any of that side. He
he was
sticks to the
killed.
religious side.
He
Oh, no,
was killed.
no, no. He was. I'm thinking about the other white gentleman. Yeah, Cooper was taken out.
David Icke.
No, David Icke, I don't trust him. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him.
He's supposed to be on Black Magic coming up sometimes.
Who? David Icke.
David, I.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
Yep.
I don't trust him. Now, some of the stuff he kicks is true, but I can smell an agenda when I smell it. And now that's just me. I'm not trying to tell nobody else what to do. I have to pick and choose what I use from him. But all the things that they're talking about in this particular article, it sounds like what we went over in the Terror Papers about the Galactic War and the different treaties. Unless I'm missing something, it sounds the exact same thing.
exactly. It is. And then this man expounds on it on that video. It's on YouTube. The one I said, I just, the Melchizedek, I knew whatever things, Starseed, the one I just read off,
Yeah.
you know. Um, and he tells how these, now he said the second seeding, I think it was the second one, was yellow people. The next one was red people. And the next one after that was white, the Aryan race.
Okay, so now that sounds like Dr. York stuff.
Yeah.
So he's not telling us anything new because even with Dr. York's information, Dr. York got his information from Stitchin, and Stitchin got his work from the Sumerian text, and even Stitchin added some stuff in there.
That wasn't true.
Yeah, to give it a
Oh,
slanted view, and I'm assuming he had to do that. But York took Stitchin's work and he pretty much rewrote it to give it a whole melanated feel, which he was not incorrect about them being melanated. He was absolutely correct in that, but he just went into more detail. Now that's not something I'm making it up. I'm getting that per Bobby Hemmett dropped that in one of his particular lectures because he knew one of the dudes that was the writer on, because Dr. York had a group of people writing them tablets, and Bobby Hemmett knew it, and he instructed them to write it in a way where they couldn't get dinged from a copywritten perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying all that to say, I'm not trying to discredit anybody, because hell, I go through this stuff. I'm just saying, when you're going through this stuff, just understand where things are coming from. And that's why it's better to get closest to the original source as you can and use multiple sources. Now, I don't know what this dude is talking about, but a lot of it already sounds like this stuff done already happened.
It has happened.
Yeah, so
this was 750,000 years to 75,000 years ago. All they have hosted themselves on this planet. I mean, they have been in not hosted, barged their little boot skis on this. Even the Larians, the blue people, he talks about them too, and he talks about all these solar these systems that they came from with their seeds to use the melanated, and I'm sure it's female, to birth them on this planet.
Yeah, and the interesting part about this, because I don't want anybody to think by any means that I'm sitting up here talking about I'm always right and all of that, because I'm certainly not, never claim to be. I do the best that I can. And I had to evolve over time. Once I learned new things, I had to throw out things that didn't make sense to me. Now, that's just how I operate. I don't try to tell nobody else how to operate, but just how my psyche is set up. If I see information and it checks out and it doesn't line up with what I knew before, this is me. I have to let that other stuff go. So even my particular ideology, it evolved over time. And if you go back in my archives, you can see that. And even with this whole concept of, the white race coming over, taking over everything from a galactic perspective. And now we even know in the physical history perspective, it's just not so. Because everything started with melanated.
Yes, it did. And he said that. He said they were
and now they're starting to admit it, because before, we know, Sis Sandra, all of them, they never admitted that there was any melanated beings.
No.
They never admitted it. Now they're starting to admit it, because we're shaking our head like, okay, well, how's that so? Because just genetics, you would think that the oldest beings are melanated. So I'm saying all that to say, just do your due diligence, fam, and use heavy discernment. And all of this particular like Starseed stuff, it's really, really hard to find people that are narrowing in on what's really going on. I'm going to be honest. It's really, really hard.
Do you know what's important to me in this present day is that highlighted OD at the top.
Yes.
Because that tells you who is doing you in. And so when you listen to Dr. Oof and all this other stuff, that's who he represents.
Yeah, and see, I would just need more reference into what he's saying here, because I've also seen that word in a lot of other places too.
Mm-hmm.
And not discounting what he's saying, not by any means. I would just need more content. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
These are races of beings, individuals that have come to this planet. And so they work together. in one accord to do the dirt they're doing to the quote unquote humans. I also heard that humans, the human
Mm-hmm.
species, were made for food.
And I guess let's back up a little bit. Is it really them, or is it just their mixed offspring that are
Well, they
left behind that are doing the dirt?
for them, yes, to take over. Yeah,
Because if you think about it, what are they trying to take over? What hasn't already been done as far as from a conquering perspective?
not much.
That's the point I'm trying to make. So
They have us in perpetual slavery.
I don't think it's so much these beings, and now this is just my personal opinion. My personal opinion. I don't think it is so much these quote quote beings as it is different bloodlines from different areas. And I do believe different bloodlines that are not indigenous to the planet. That I
That
do believe, but I don't believe it's like the actual, let's say Inky, for example, like Inky or Marduk. No, I don't believe it's those beings. They been gone. They've seeded their folks here, and they set their folks up to continue rulership. And so just for me, that's why I'm careful when I want to put it on beings, because that takes the heat off of the MF that's pushing the button. And
exactly.
I'm not. Now this just me. I'm not taking no heat off the MF that's doing pushing a button with their dirty ass bloodline. Now,
Yeah,
do these folks tie back to these bloodlines? Absolutely. That was the whole purpose of me spending literally an entire year with the Mama Terra series, going through the Sumerian tablets, tying back the bloodlines all the way up to the rulership. That was the direct purpose for me doing that. Now that's just me, because with this whole galactic community, folks get stuck in the sky daddyisms. And I'm beyond that. I don't give a damn about XYZ123 Sky Daddy, who they believe in. I don't care about that.
mhm.
What I care about is who is here in this physical realm doing the dirt, destroying the planet. That's my concern. So that's why I dance on this information carefully. That's just me. Because a lot of doctrine, and I am going to write a book on this, a lot, just since I've been in the game, behind the scenes, a lot of fuckery, just in my small amount of time. I have personally witnessed a lot of fuckery because of all of this information. It becomes escapism. It sets people up to set up additional doctrine to worship and serve sky daddies, and men themselves putting themselves up to be messiahs. I'm not telling y'all something that I don't know. I'm fucking telling you something that I do know. And it's still going on as I sit here having this discussion. So now that's just me. Now I'm not discounting what they're saying. All I'm saying is what he's telling me up in all of this, it ain't nothing that I have not seen before. This is literally the exact script coming out of the Sumerian text that he's just slapped some new dates on. So that's just my 2 cents.
Right. You're right. You're right. And we have to be mindful of not following and not being puppets for these species. You know, Russia in on uh, what's their radio program they used to have. They took off the YouTube. They said it was 53 species that have led is dwelling on the in and under on this planet. 53 species, and they were talking about the different species and classifications and all kind of things like that. So I used to listen to Sputnik News. That's what it's called, Sputnik
Oh,
News.
okay. Mm-hmm.
Russia would tell it. Just so they don't like Russia to tell these things because they like us to be stupid and uninformed over here and live in this matrix that they artificially have projected into our brain cells. That we come by, yeah, everything's great. But if somebody is going to take and stop you for a traffic ticket and pull out his gun and shoot you in the head, and you gonna go and follow them talking about this is going to cure you from something they you know to keep you from dying? Okay, come on now. We got to wake up. We need to understand that this is a different ball game than watching TV and this virtual reality and playing games and all that kind of stuff. We're in for survival. We're in here for survival. We're not in here to play with these people. And don't think if they can take out their guns with their badges and shoot you, that they're going to give you something to help you keep you from dying.
Well,
So
that's a separate discussion. Folks gonna do what they want to do.
they're
Uh,
going to do what.
See, this is a good example. And then, Brother Sean, I know you're trying to get in, beloved. T Bias says, "Don't the gods of this galaxy return every change of the age, such as the new age of Aquarius, which ties to the return of the blue star?" Yeah, I don't know, T Bias, how familiar you are with this channel, but we kind of went through that whole astrological clock because that's what it is. That clock that has that the ages on there. And yes, we talked about that, that each one of those ages represents an energy. It's an associated energy that's going to be on the planet, hence what vibration is going to be on the planet. And then with their whole priesthood, they determine which leader is going to lead. Now, as far as gods in who eyes? And that's where the whole perpetual worshiping and all of that jazz and falling up under the different priesthoods come into play. Okay.
And, and they have all them gods that people believe in on that piece of paper right there. Melchizedek and all them people and the crystals and with Christ. Crystals is the Christ people.
And it's all the same thing basically.
Oh,
It falls up under one of those orders for sure. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean. I know you've been trying to get in.
That old word right there.
Mm-hmm.
Play with them letters. Moronic. Because they making fools of people.
right.
Literal fools of people. And people are volunteering to be idiots.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, if you're working on yourself, healing, knowing who you are, correcting everything with your bloodline, you ain't got time to listen to all that BS and be affected by it. It's cold and flu season. Niggas getting the same cold and flu they got every year around this time. They don't talk about that no more, do they?
No.
Child.
So it's cold and flu season. End of story, far as I'm concerned. They can't even do shit with that. So while
So they
people think
claim. So they
right,
claim.
right.
Right.
So while people think they all fancy and exotic now,
Child.
it's the same bullshit.
Right. Because if you can control the consciousness, you could control everything. So that's all where I'm coming from with the information.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no one should be on this planet feeling that they have to wait on somebody else to do something for them, or they are beholden to something outside of self. I see more people put these entities in high esteem than they do their own mama or their own
Mm-hmm.
father. And I don't get that once you get past a certain point, because what's happening is people are coming out of the quote the organized religious belief, and they're jumping into the conscious community, and thank God that shit is dying off. They jumped into the conscious community and literally jumped into other religions. They literally had the shit right there for you. Okay, you ain't a Christian, but you a Hebrew Israelite. You a Jew, you a this, you a Hebrew. Oh, you ain't that, you Asiatic. You ain't that. And we literally know someone that used Melchizedek order.
Yeah.
Oh, you not, it's not Jesus, it's Yahshua.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, so what is the difference? Explain to me what's the difference. Why can't you stand on your own? It's using every trick in the book instead of using self, using your own consciousness to get you out of this situation. And it ain't like they're not telling you this stuff. And I'm at the point now that I'm not going to sit here and say, well, they keeping such and such so from you. No, they really not. They are literally telling us at this point. Now, yeah, you do have to go and search for the information. Yeah, they are telling you. And they're giving other folks the opportunity to tell you. Although I get on here, I get trolled and all that crap, that is what it is. But I've had the opportunity to come on here and read through the entire Alphabet Boy study that they studied of you, not Melchizedek, not Inky, Binky, Linky, Slinky, them, of you, of what your power is. And 99.9% of the people like, well, fuck that. I still need Inky, Binky, Linky, them. And then we'll come swing on others that say, I don't want no parts of it. So at this point, there's no excuses. Now, 2021, I ain't accept no excuses. I damn sure ain't accepting none in their classified New Year 2022. I'm not coddling anyone. This is a choice. You're choosing it. I don't give a damn who they claim did what on what day, in what century, in what age. It is up to you what you want to do. What the hell I got to be worried about what Inky, Binky, Linky them supposedly and allegedly doing when I'm fucked up and my family fucked up? Let's have that discussion. I'm sorry, I'm not going to coddle people. I'm not going to be on here playing no games with people, letting folks have escapism. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to do it. And this is especially to melanated folks. You're not supposed to be a baby in this game. And I'm talking to people that's been listening to this information, researching this information, teaching this information for fucking decades. Spinning in circles, leading the next generation into bullshit. And meanwhile, please help me to understand what the fuck have you done? What the fuck have you built? And even if you don't want to say built it for a community, what the fuck have you done for yourself personally and for your family? Most can't even show that. I don't have any respect for that. I'm not tolerating it. I don't want to hear that bullshit. You are responsible for yourself, your family, your bloodline, your legacy. Not Inky, Binky, Linky, Nem, Starseed. You're responsible for it. You can't sit up here and run around and call yourself gods, kings, queens, this, that, and the third when you won't get up off your ass and do nothing. It's laughable at this point. We can pick up a book to research Inky, Binky, Linky, Nem, but you can't pick up a motherfucking census records to find your goddamn people. You can't take the time to make sure that your family is stable. You can't take the time to make sure that you're leaving a healthy legacy. Get the fuck out of my face with the bullshit. I'm just not for it, not on this platform. So now, sis, you know that's no reflection on you, but I gotta snap like that because otherwise I'm gonna have them comments coming in flooding and motherfuckers coming in my comments slinging for Inky, Binky, Linky and them. Then I got to call them up out of their name because I don't want to hear that shit.
Well, they should pay attention to the fact that they use them as host. So that means they're parasites.
And free Papu, you can go on and sign off, beloved. I don't give a fuck about Melchizedek, Kezedek, Bezedek, none of them. I am very, very clear on this platform. They're not my people. Now, if they're your people, I don't have a problem with that. But I don't rock with that shit on this platform. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I was reading the comments too. What he said.
That's exactly why I go in the way I go in. I don't want to hear that bullshit. I really don't. I really don't.
But they tell you, they tell you that it's about bloodline and everything they do. Even when they sit up and give you a documentary of the serial killer, they tell you who he's the child of.
They always do.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Everything comes down to bloodline. People get caught up in the corporate side of everything.
Well,
when they talk about
I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
I'm going to use the Patriots, New England Patriots, for example, since people are always talking about Patriots. When they talk about that organization, they mention the Kraft family, the people who are behind it. It all keep coming down to bloodlines as far as the who got this, so who got that.
Yep.
What they did as far as for commerce, all of that is just business names. Doing business at this, that, or the other. But ultimately, it's your bloodline. Period. That's all that they're going to care about. Period. It's your bloodline. You ain't one of them, so they don't give a fuck about you.
And if you were, you wouldn't be sitting here with us having these conversations because you would already be taken care of. You would already be taken care of.
It's that simple.
I mean, I'm sorry, go ahead.
They look out for theirs to a certain extent. You see that because they keep passing shit down from generation to generation. You see people not having to do shit. You see them get caught up in all type of shit and nothing happens. But the minute you do any goddamn thing, they ready to bust you upside your head real quick. Throw the book at you. But these people can literally do anything and have been doing anything and everything based upon their bloodline.
And folks
Period.
keep letting them get away with it.
All based on bloodline. But we, our people keep wanting to associate themselves with bloodlines of nothingness.
Child.
Everything about your bloodline has to be something negative. Oh, we was slaves. Oh, we was this. Oh, we was backwards and running around naked. And all the dumb shit they want you to grasp hold to is what they grasp hold to. I mean, if all you know is what they told you, and you don't even know who you are, and definitely shouldn't be saying shit to nobody else about who they are
Child.
when they know who they are. Period. When you know, ain't nothing to discuss or debate with another motherfucker about.
That's that part. That part.
Because that I still don't get that with these debates. Motherfuckers going back and forth, pulling out their family records for the world to see instead of the other. Going back and forth with other motherfuckers trying to prove who they are instead of the other. And that don't matter to a motherfucker.
It don't.
Who you are should only matter to you. It's important to you. Who you are ain't important to me.
Right.
It don't mean shit to me. And who I am and what I can prove shouldn't mean shit to you.
That part.
I'm not fucking with you. I'm not asking you for shit.
Right.
So I mean, when you really think about it, the only motherfucker you should be thinking about is you. So you wouldn't have time to
Child.
be worried about what we did or didn't say.
Exactly. And how we said it. Shit.
Yeah, that part too.
Because
Because
I
we
know
know
I'm
who,
bound to piss somebody off, and I'm okay with that.
yeah, I mean, that happens when you know who you are and can't be moved.
Right.
That pisses an ignorant motherfucker off. When they can't budge you, when they can't get up under your skin and cause you to be out of character, that hurts them more than if you slap them. The fact that you treat a motherfucker like they're nothing, like they don't
Child.
exist, ain't got no energy to give you, period. Ain't got shit to prove to you. Nothing.
Right.
It's a matter of what you doing now. What type of work you didn't put in. Because I can tell you right now, the type of work we put in, you ain't gonna hear about it on here.
Hmm.
You only gonna hear what we want you to hear.
I know that's right.
Because we know this ain't the place to discuss actual fucking plan.
Exactly.
So every time y'all on here capping, talking about y'all about to do this, we about to do that, this, that, or the other, we coming together, we about to do this, we about to do that. You already done fucked yourself. Because you didn't already included motherfuckers in it who gonna make sure it don't happen.
Right.
Uh, Another time for that. I digress.
No, no, great point, brother. I've because I've learned what I've learned, I've experienced it. So yeah, I'm not one for publicly saying what I'm gonna do, how I'm gonna do it, when I'm gonna do it. Um, and which is another reason I am very anti-group. Because don't get me wrong, I understand when people put the groups together. Uh, Most people have great intentions. Don't get me wrong. But it's so much brokenness within, quote, quote, the melanated community, which ain't no community, by the way. We need to be real with each other. It ain't no community. That it never works out. Okay, not saying that it can't work out. We just have not seen it to work out. And I just came to the conclusion because people be focused on the wrong stuff. Now, that's just my personal opinion. Don't necessarily make it true. People be focused on the wrong stuff. I mean, how can I turn around and talk about getting in a group to do XYZ and I don't have my shit together? That's just my basic logic. I just don't understand that. A lot of cleaning of the house and healing needs to be done among melanated people. And no group can give that to you. But that be the shit that people don't want to talk about, they don't want to deal with. And most of the people be running to the groups because they don't want to deal with that stuff. And that same toxic behavior spills over into the group. So people can do what they want. It doesn't matter to me. But as far as how I rock, I'm not into that. Anybody telling anybody what their genealogy is, what supposedly they're Hebrew, they're Jewish, they're this. No, bruh. You can't speak for my particular bloodline. I know exactly how Christianity got into my family. I already know it because I've done the work. Okay? So, all right, so that was long. So let me bring on son Scotty. Yeah, I agree, Carbon. Most of them are mainly interested in making money off each other. A lot of scamming in the community. Yeah, and it's never called out until it gets so bad, and then still even then, it's still brushed up under the rug, and we're even talking to the point where children are being harmed. And I just don't do sick shit like that. I'm sorry, I don't. I don't coddle people. I keep it moving. I don't fuck people over. And when I'm wrong, I just don't want to publicly admit that I'm wrong. If I fucked you over publicly and I made a mistake, goddammit, I gotta put on my big girl drawers and admit I fucked up. I said such and so about such and so. I apologize. I was wrong. It's just basic respect, basic courtesy, basic adulthood. And if folks can't get those things right, I don't understand how people are running around here talking about king, queens, gods, and leadership. You don't have it. You don't show those basic qualities. You just don't. In these same communities, we've been knowing for years people been scamming people.
Yep.
Folks have brought receipts, have proven it. And it was either brushed up under the rug, you was called a liar, this, that, and the third. People saying they babies were touched, this, that, and the third. Oh, they a liar, they trying to bring this part. Are you fucking kidding me? No, I don't want any parts of that. It's sick. So nope, I'm not changing my position on none of that. That's why I stop that shit at the gate when it gets into that groupism. Because at the end of the day, what I am still seeing, no matter how conscious people claim they are, no matter how much genealogy people claim they have, I still see a lot of religion in it. A lot of religion/doctrine. And that's okay if you keep it where you are from a personal standpoint. But when you bring it into the quote, quote, genealogy, this is what you are, you're on a slippery slope. Okay, so now that's just my 2 cents. So let me bring on son Scotty, and then I'm gonna bring on Nisi Poo. Peace and
Peace
love.
and love.
Peace and love. How are you?
I'm good. I'm great. Glad to hear everybody.
Likewise, bro.
Yeah, glad to hear your voice.
Here.
Yeah, but it's just funny that we start this, so-called New Year off on the same bullshit.
I can't do it.
Doctrine is doctrine is doctrine. And it's like, it come from every corner. And it just seems like that's the comfortable place for motherfuckers to be. Like, they can spend all day calling out, this is a fraud, and this is a fraud, and this is a fraud. But your whole platform or whatever you spewing is built on fraudulency. So whenever I'm like, these people in these groups and having these titles and claiming these bloodlines, and whenever they get into a place of like getting into doctrine or whatever, I just tune out, because I don't got no time for that. I don't got no energy for that. I feel like a lot of us have been in the same place. We have been indoctrinated with doctrine our whole fucking lives. We're trying to get out of that. And like Miss Rhonda say, it just becomes a game. It's like an addiction. You jumping from one doctrine to the other because you need to be fed in that type of way. Yeah. And that's the issue right there. Why do you need to fill yourself up with some bullshit?
That part.
And then it gets into entertainment now, with the debates, and people want to debate doctrines, and they want to go back and forth, and then it gets all personal. And then now it just becomes like, this seems like a distraction to me. This seems like it's a setup. This seems like it was, orchestrated to
exactly.
to
make it look like a fucking joke, to be honest. We really want to be honest, to make it look like a joke. You don't even want to, at this point, bring up, well, I got Indian heritage, I got Black European heritage. You don't even want to bring it up because the negative pop into people's mind. Oh, she on that bullshit. It's embarrassing, and it's starting to look like a joke at this point. But no, you're right.
And then you need to just come out and be honest. Like, either that's your bloodline, or you just want to just blindly consent to the narrative of that bloodline. But be honest about it, because at this point, like, this is survival.
It is.
You are dealing with people's lives. Like, this is not like, like some frivolous thing. People are trying to unplug themselves. People are trying to see it is for what it is. And when your supposed, own community is causing all this dissension and confusion, the shit becomes very, like, it's depressing as fuck. It's like the morale just that gets down. Like, it'd be like, why? I don't even know. The shit just frustrates me so much that I'd be at a loss for words. Like a nigga don't even like have time to be focusing on, what the white man is doing. Do you see what your own niggas is doing?
Exactly. Exactly.
And that's the thing. Nobody want to have accountability for that. So it just becomes easy to just fall back on the old tropes of that, this person in this organization, and this is like, nah.
No.
You're really just sabotaging your own self.
It's toxic. It's toxicity. Exactly, carbon and crystals. And we don't want to call this shit out. It's sickening. We're supposed to be adults. Most have children. Hell, some have grandchildren. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Now, one thing I can say, shout out to Lex Will. Lex Will and I do not agree on everything. But we respect each other. What's so motherfucking hard about that? I don't get it. Some things we agree on, we like boom, boom, boom. Yep, brother, agree with you on that and that and that. We differ on the religious stuff. And that's okay. That don't make me feel no less about that man. I don't fucking understand what's so hard about it. And even with him disagreeing with me, he knew it in the gate going in. He didn't agree with me on shit. He still gave me shout outs. And to be real motherfucking honest, he was the first motherfucking man to do it.
Yeah, I actually found you guys through
Exactly.
Lex Will.
It was Lex. Now a lot of you others, we know y'all be snipping the content, especially on the spirituality side. We sit back and we watch. But he was the first one, and we don't even agree. I just don't get it.
Another part of it is that
I just don't fucking get why folks can't be adults. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say another thing is that a lot of these people are so fucking holding on to this so much because that false doctrine that they pushing has become monetized. So that's their incentive for keep going it forward. Like a lot of other people, they're just, sharing information. Like, if they get donations or whatever the case may be. But when people's out here really selling that doctrine, really getting people to shell out some money, like, really pushing that, then that makes me understand why they so hungry about it, because you trying to eat off of deception.
And the sad part about it is enough money for everybody to quote eat. It really, really is. YouTube is a big space. But folks are pocket watching. Come on now, let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
They pocket watch. I have literally witnessed people get pissed at Top Cats because folks was dropping him Cashapp. Oh, he over here getting money. Well, who are you to tell somebody that they can't get donations on his shit? This man put in the work. Why are you pocket watching?
Auntie, I know you ain't brought me in yet, but I got something to say.
I was waiting. I just don't get it. Why the immaturity? And we want to sit up here like, black people, white people holding black people down. No, it's black people holding black people down, and we've been doing it like fucking forever. But I'm sorry, go ahead on, Nisi Poo.
It's just people feel at this point that they are due some type of recognition as some type of savior, that they done the most with the information. And it's just information. That's all it is. It's not going to do anything outside of just either educate or, clear up something that someone had a question upon. They have taken this information to a whole nother level, to the point where they are threatening folks' lives.
Child, you better stop
that they want to
me.
Fight them and beat them up and harm them. And I'm like, this is YouTube. What is wrong with you guys?
Right.
It is literally YouTube. And it just goes to show that even though okay, my granny said we're Cherokee and we're Choctaw and we're Blackfoot, you still have not connected. And I'm not talking about those on the panel. I'm talking about these niggas who keep this crap up. You still ain't connected to what the whole purpose of knowing this stuff is for anyway. Exactly. It's about getting back to the culture of family, tribe first, family first, knowing who you are and knowing what you're supposed to be doing on this planet. And it is not this.
It's not. It's not.
It's so disappointing. It's heartbreaking. And the people who have viable things to say, like you, Auntie, and Uncle Sean, and Sister Sandra, and Scotty, we get drowned out. we always get drowned out. It's like if y'all would just shut up and listen, y'all would actually probably be a little bit further along, but y'all want to sit here and argue all the time. It makes no sense. And I'm just tired of it. But at the same time, I think the reason why we look at it is because we just want to see our people doing better. And I think as they start to learn, we feel like, oh, this is a win. And then this negative behavior comes out, and it's like, damn, we was almost there, y'all.
I know. And I don't be knowing half of the stuff that go on. I hear about it like 10 times after the fact. I'm like, well, damn. But, and I guess for me, I just didn't want the next generation picking up the same fucked up behavior and habits. It's enough out there for everybody. There's no need to be watching what somebody else is doing, sabotaging. Even if what you don't agree with what that person is putting out, long as they're not slandering you, your name, your people name, let them be. Let the information stand for itself. And I don't even mind people saying, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm cool with that. Drop your motherfucking sources in the link or whatever. I check them out. It's just toxic behavior, and we don't want to look at the shit for what it is. Let's just be honest. We don't want to look at it for what it is. Everybody want to get in their corner and do their gang signs. And no matter how great we want to talk about how the Indians were, now this just me. To me, it's the same fucking behavior. Nothing ever gets solved.
It's no different than the Moorish movement. I'm sorry. No different.
I literally said that earlier. I didn't say Moorish. I said the Indian movement is no different than the Pan-African movement, and it's not a good look. And I stand by what the fuck I say. And I don't want to be associated with it. I'm just, goddamn it, me. I just know my genealogy because I worked years to research it. But as far as being in a movement, in a community, no. Because this toxicity, I just don't want no parts of it. Because you don't know who the fuck mad at who. Oh, such and so and such and so. Well, I'm like, okay, well, who is that such and so? Okay, so why they mad at that such and so? Oh, child, please. I can't do it. I can't do it. And we're not being honest with ourselves as a quote collective. And the sad part about it, people sitting up here bragging on YouTube, about, I got this and that on YouTube. If you look at the YouTube numbers compared to what the other platforms are doing that's really making money, I wouldn't be sitting there bragging.
Oh, definitely not. There are some really great people out there who a lot of folks don't even know about, and they just consistently put out the information, and you don't hear a whole bunch of arguing and drama, and they don't say, oh, I'm Indian every 5 minutes, or it's just put the information out and leave it there and keep it moving, So I respect what you're doing, Auntie. Just keep putting the information out. Just I'm learning so much. And hopefully these other folks, they get it together. I've had to unsubscribe from some people just so that I can have some sanity. Because sometimes it's funny. I'm not going to lie. Sometimes it's funny. And you sit there and you get a good laugh in. And you laugh and cry at the same time because it's like, okay, yeah, that was funny, but dang, like, can we do better? Yeah. Can we do better instead of making fools of ourselves online?
That's the hurtful part for me, because it's something, they turned a beautiful thing into something fucking dirty. For me, the beautifulness about this was being able to literally go to records and see who your people are at certain time frames. That was the beauty about this. The beauty was that your great uncle, your great aunt, your grandmama and them told you we were this, we lived here, there, and you can go to the records and find it. You have proof of it. And then when you get the surprises, because in my case, we had one relative, we was scratching our head. We could not place that relative. And when I put the pieces together, this might be a European, and went to Europe and got the records and saw they were Black European. I said, hot damn. And when I went back to the family members that we couldn't find that relative, they was like, girl, shut your mouth. That's the beauty part of it. And to see that dirtied up with these shenanigans that don't have shit to do with the original purpose, it's disheartening. It really, really is. And I know none of us are perfect. Lord knows I ain't. And I'm going to probably piss somebody off tonight. I done already done piss somebody off tonight. That's okay. But, you know, what are we leaving for these babies? What type of examples are we setting? Y'all on here showing your motherfucking natural Black ass. You know this shit is out here forever and ever and ever and ever, ever, ever? Do you realize that? This quote, quote, white man's technology, you could literally be using it to truly build you a business, a successful business. But we on here showing our asses. And the level of folks showing their asses, I'm still scratching my head like, why are you showing your ass? I'm still trying to understand that. Even when the people want to talk about the money side of YouTube, I'm still shaking my head like, well, why are you showing your ass? Because those of us that understand the money side of YouTube, and yeah, I had to research it, you know where you have to be to really start making some serious money. And most aren't even at that point. So I'm not understanding what the fuck are y'all bickering and fighting over. If it ain't money, if it ain't content, what the fuck are you doing? What's your purpose for even doing this? What's the point? Is it to watch somebody else, pocket watch somebody else, platform watch somebody else? In some people's case, cock block somebody else? Or are you really on here to put your particular message out and or build a business? What the fuck are you on here for? Who has that type of time to spend hours and hours on YouTube arguing, oh, that one, the low down dirty stuff, and this one did, this one, maybe it's just me. I'm just probably getting too old. What the fuck ever. I just don't get it. But the original intent, I was so happy to hear people talk about the genealogy of Black folks, some Black folks being Indian, because I grew up with one side of my family talking about that. I was happy. I was very much so happy. But it has become a dirty word now. It is literally running neck and neck with the Pan-Africanism. It breaks my heart, and it's embarrassing. This ain't what I want the babies to be able to pull up videos to hear people talk about each other like a dog. Because if you feel that strong about it, shit, pick up the motherfucking phone. Email each other. Email each other. And call each other and give that smoke to each other on the phone. I don't understand adults having beef with people over the internet and y'all ain't even talked about it privately.
That's because there's no real reason for it. Like, it's so petty, and they do it just so they can get views. That's the only reason that I can see why.
And that's not a sustaining success, though.
it's not, and it's really distracting the people from really learning and getting what they need to be doing with their life. Like, if you could sit on YouTube for 4 hours and watch that shit, huh? Say that again, bro.
I was just gonna say, and plain and simple, some motherfuckers is just in their ego. It's like social media.
It's a lot of ego in it.
Attention.
It's a lot of ego. It's a hell of a lot of ego. Because again, I still don't get you getting on social media talking about somebody like a dog. Excuse me, y'all. I can email you such and so, you got a problem, and have done it. I've had beef with people, but you would never know about it because we didn't beef behind the scenes. That's how adults do it. I just don't get it. No, let me make this clear. No one owns this information. No one owns it. It's put out there for us to find it. And those that know how to research and string together a couple of words halfway motherfucking correctly decide to come on here and put it out the best way they can. No one owns this shit. So anytime you want to come on here, oh, you know, my shit is better than yours, do some soul searching. Where's that really coming from? Because the information ain't yours. Only thing is yours is your genealogy. But this history, that's not yours. You didn't create it. So I just don't get the ego. What is your true intentions? If you have
to be a bunch of internet bullies. They're internet bullies.
Yeah, and if you have a problem with somebody supposed information, email them on the back end and have that conversation. Although you really shouldn't. Why can't you be adult to agree to disagree? I just don't get it. And maybe it's not for me to get it. That's why I sit over here in my own little world, and even folks was trying to put me up in some drama. I'm like, hold up, wait the fuck a minute. I don't fuck with nobody.
Hey, I got called a bitch, and I'm supposed to be getting beat up.
I just don't get that. So that's how we're doing things as adults.
And it was only because I supported someone else's channel who puts out good content. And anybody who knows me, I support people that I just like. They don't even have to put out content. If they have something that they sell, I'm going to buy it because I support melanated businesses. That's just how I've been. And it's crazy because I'm like, well, dang, if you want to beat me up, then send me everything I've ever donated. Send it all back.
I don't get that because what difference does it make who I support and promote? I don't fucking understand that. Everybody that rocks with me on this platform, you know pretty much the people that I promote. But when I see other people that I'm rocking with that video at that time, I promote it. And if I wanted to get up here and swing from this ceiling fan, point this motherfucking camera up and swing from this ceiling fan during a live broadcast, that's my business. And it's up to you whether or not you want to watch my ass swing from that ceiling fan. What is with this trying to control people? It's juvenile. It's embarrassing. I just don't want no parts of it. So I'll say and I'll say again, ain't nothing gonna fucking get done as a collective because the collective mentality is trash. Because folks are in their ego and they have other things, I'm assuming, personally going on. that's going to prevent them from coming to stuff with a healthy perspective.
I agree. Like Uncle Sean said, we give it too much attention. So
yeah,
I'm done. I'm gonna keep my ass over here. I'm not hopping up on anybody else's platforms, trying to share no more information. I'm about to start getting real stingy with my information and say, you want to know some shit, you gonna have to pay me, goddamn. Because when I was giving it to your ass for free, you didn't want to listen. So now you got to pay.
It don't matter whether or not you charging, whether or not it's for free. Oh, well, you said this the white man's information. Well, then, motherfucker, where your information at? Crickets. It just it doesn't matter what you on here doing. But we have to call it for the way it is. Because toxicity in the collective, that's what gets the attention. Let's be fucking real. Toxicity in the collective, that's what gets the attention. If you can put on a show like a Baptist preacher and make all of these grandiose promises, that's what's going to get the attention. And I'm okay with that. Just don't come over here fucking with me. Because I'm going to do what I want to do, how I want to do it, when I say I'm going to do it. So. Yes, sir. We writing that book, Brother Sean. Now they done pissed me the fuck off. We gonna write that book.
So if people are doing their genealogy, what's actually the purpose of it beyond seeing if somebody died and left land?
I don't know.
Because it seemed like you would be going to meet the descendants of these relatives that you're trying to profit off of. I mean, the real wealth is in your bloodline. Finding out who your people are, that prevents two motherfuckers sleeping together. His family. That stops two young motherfuckers from killing one another because they didn't find out their family. The whole point of finding that out is to come back into wholeness. Back in the day, it was whole families that made the decision, not just one motherfucker out the family. Everybody came together. If it was one person making the decision, that was Big Mama.
Yeah.
And Big Papa, that's who slapped the shit out of you when you didn't listen to Big Mama. But everything else is important. Everything else but who you are and what that name really represents. What does it represent now? When your name is mentioned, when your family name is mentioned, what's the energy associated with that? Do people respect it?
Right.
Do they fear it? Etc., etc. What is the energy and frequency of your bloodline? Not how much money you got or how much land You got, because you don't own shit. You can't own mama. Period. I know we'd like to, but Monopoly is just a game, remember? But I digress.
No, great point. All right. All right, Brother Sean. Do you have any go ahead on with the fuckery? See, y'all done turned this into a auntie moment with the motherfucking scarf. We starting off 2022 with the scarf moments. You have any go ahead on with the fuckery, brother?
Yeah, the fuckery is refusal to heal,
Yeah.
refusal to put self in check, lash out at everybody else for having their own perspective
Exactly.
and their own way of doing things. Me, if I don't like what somebody doing or what they got to say, I just don't fuck with them. I ain't got to argue with a motherfucker.
Yep, that's how I am.
I ain't got to fight or disrespect a motherfucker or nothing. I just don't give it my energy. I just
Right.
don't focus on it. If there's a YouTube channel that I don't agree with, I don't listen.
Right.
Even if it's a channel I fuck with, I don't necessarily agree with everything they saying. But I'm not going to take the time to voice that.
Right.
Actually take my time and energy to go sit and wait on a call just to let somebody know that I disagree with what they had to say. I don't have that time and energy. What is the purpose of that? It's gone about your business.
Yep. Totally
And
agree.
it's just simple things like that. But I guess it wouldn't be fuckery then. But I digress.
Indeed. Indeed. Okay. Nisi Poo, did you have anything else you wanted to put it on it, or that was your go ahead on with the fuckery?
That was pretty much my go ahead on with it. I was gonna do the land report, but I can't pull up this article. It was USA Today article. It had came out,
Drop
and I
it
ain't
in
finna.
the link if you still feel like doing it. I know you weren't exactly you was a little bit under the weather. So if you want to do it, drop it in the link. I could see if I can get to it.
Okay, let me. I'm
Okay.
putting it in there right now.
Okay. Son Scotty, did you get all of your out on your
Yeah,
go ahead on with the fuckery?
I got all my go ahead on with the fuckery.
Okay.
Let's get to it.
Okay. I'm gonna bring on brother 832. Let's see what he got
Oh
to say.
yeah, because we never got to him before the break.
I know I couldn't get to him. So I want to be respectful. Start out 2022 right with him this week anyway. So let me bring on brother 832. You should be good, brother. Let me try it again. Okay, he's on. Yep.
Roger! Sandra! My sisters from other misters! Feathers up! Doing with
Feathers up, brother.
2022! My brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed, bro.
and making an expedition and exploration and circling the black hole in the middle of the universe to wind up in the solar system and land on the rings of Saturn. Scotty Youngblood, what up, though?
Ooh, what it do? What it do?
They can do what it do, baby, in 2022.
Hey.
You know, it's an interesting thing because this is an anniversary for a number of things, but are we being insurrectionists?
Child.
Are we traitorous to our ancestral existence?
Talk about it now.
Are we seditious and undermining what should be the true behavior and living off the land? You know, let's take a moment and pause and think on that. What did that mean originally? Whether or not it means that today. What did living off the land mean to you, my sister, or any one of my brothers? I'm gonna riff off of whatever you say, but what does it mean to live off the land? You know?
I mean, y'all know for me, growing your own food, being as sustainable as you can.
And then also,
how about
like,
you? Is Niecy Pooh still there with the land report since she couldn't bring up the port? I'm sorry, Scotty. Go ahead. I didn't mean to step on you.
Get it up.
Oh, and I was just saying, like, these businesses and corporations, don't they tend to make companies and businesses off of what's naturally on the land? So I think that's the part, you know, that we tend to leave out, is just like, oh, you just have the land and you can live off of it. But like, you have to, like, you know, you can provide for yourself. You can, you know, make some type of, you can monetize what you naturally have on your land.
Let me give you an example. I don't know if I shared this with you before, Rhonda, but I'm going to work backwards because these are two interesting things. The matriarch has left us, but I have another friend who actually is a resident of Sanford. If you don't remember Sanford, Trayvon Martin made it infamous, if not famous. If you're not familiar with the Ocoee Massacre, which, by the way, was some of the anniversarial behavior we should have understood, last year on the election date was the 100th anniversary of why the Ocoee Massacre happened. It was because of election fraud. When we allowed this foreign invasion to then kill us for trying to vote in our own self-determination. Isn't that an interesting thing? And we still do not understand the significance of that, because I'm not talking about voting to be involved, as Sean just said, be involved by complicity or actual consent, because none of our consent is informed. We are ill-informed. So it doesn't matter whether we are voluntarily participating or where we actively choose to be involved, we're still operating out of ignorance. In the Ocoee Massacre situation, Minute Maid, Coca-Cola, and its entire operations of a orange juice factory are sitting on 400 acres of what they know is blood land. Okay? In other words, that's actually stolen from the people they know, who are the original inhabitants and the current descendants. That's one example. Bruce, I'm sure you're familiar with Beach, which is called Manhattan Beach. So I'm going from East Coast to the West Coast. And right smack dab in the middle, as we all like to pontificate about, is Black Wall Street in Tulsa. Right? So now, in each of these examples, we have different forms and facets of how our ancestral involvement, organization, as Scotty just pointed out, whether or not we are utilizing the land for land use or whether we're using it for what could be considered quote unquote economic development, no matter what option we're talking about, we were assaulted and attacked from without, and in some cases through internal subterfuge. Is it backstabbing? I don't know which word I should be appropriately using, Rhonda. Sellout, spooks sitting beside the door, whatever other version of it you want to describe, where there is those. How do you say it, Sean? They cut a deal. I know Sean says it very colorfully in his own fashion. Where this it's an ongoing, all-consuming criminal enterprise that we are complicit. I won't necessarily say it's 50-50, It's probably a smaller percentage, but we are equal in the sense that we are participating in our own self-destruction. Now let's deal with the land issue for a moment. I'll give a couple examples by throwing some name dropping. What's important about DuPont or Monsanto? Anyone want to bounce off of that? I haven't heard my good friend Sandra, because I would love for her to bring some scripture to the discussion, because that's always the arguments used by supposed capitalists. It's for the good of the, what do they mean about the public good or the greater good?
Mm-hmm.
What do they intend and mean by that when they use such statements? So what is Monsanto and DuPont and GMOs? I know you know what GMOs, genetically modified organism.
Mm-hmm.
What is that in the actual existence of the society today and of foodstuffs and mass production and what is it? Is preservatives even an accurate description? Because are you preserving what's organic and what's original? Isn't modified automatically by definition altered?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay, so if you've altered the food, have you not altered the person eating it? You certainly have altered let's look at the chickens and the cows. Those are the main ones right now we're seeing. These humongous ass turkey wings and drumsticks that are the size, chicken. See that Freudian slip? I was talking about chicken. That shit looked like the size of a damn turkey.
Turkey, right. They can barely stand
up.
Right.
Okay. So how is that modified? By hormonal injections and other types of genetically modified, patented, by the way. Don't forget, all those processes are patented, right? Trademarked. Now, what are our babies looking like? Crazy. Our girls got breast diseases at 10, 11, and 12?
Yep.
We don't see that? Or we just purposely ignore it? Is that not evidence of being modified and being altered? So, I know I'm babbling and rambling a bit here, but I'm saying, how are we existing if we're not living? Well, I guess maybe in a way, in a sense, I am stating, we are living off the land, not on the land. You get my point? If we were living on the land, then maybe we'd be living more harmonious with the land.
Right.
If we continue to pursue the issue or the mentality of being off something, which is meaning to profit off of it, correct? Which is meaning to distort it, torture it, abuse it, however else you want to describe it. But isn't it the whole point of a profit-making machine to alter, distort, abuse, and use, whether it's the land and therefore the people?
Yep.
I'm just saying it in a different way, but we already see the evidence of it. How does this stop in 2022? What you gonna do in 2022? When we are talking about, we're at the precipice of, I forgot the name of the city. It's another one in Michigan. Flint is not on the news now. It's another one. Have you seen this latest one? Where they have ongoing.
Keep it going. I'll be right back.
They have ongoing water distribution. Can't think of the name of it. Maybe someone else may have saw the same news story I saw. This was just this past weekend. It may have been CBS Sunday Morning or 60 Minutes. I can't remember which. But this is another city like Flint that is completely consumed with the lead metal, existence in the water, and it's constantly being distributed bottled water and warning people not to consume the water. So when we start talking about the water, we start talking about our ability to breathe, which is every breath we take, literally. When we are constantly bombarded and polluted by not just air pollution, but by cosmic rays, and I can say some of it is external, and I don't think it's extraterrestrial. I think it's the thing that we're talking about when you got conspiracy consideration of the, what are they doing with the, Sandra, because you used to talk about this all the time. The contrails.
Yeah, the chemtrails.
The chemtrails, which are contrails from the jet planes, by the way. The seeding.
Not what I'm talking about. Those are ones that are.
Yeah, well, the chemtrails is an example of it. Some of it is ionized. Some of it is aluminum. Sean, you brought this up before, didn't you? I forgot what the next, there's another sort of a metal compound
Barium
that's being utilized.
sulfate.
Remember back in the day, in the beginning of industrialization of agriculture and what used to be called not sharecropping, the spreading across the airplanes would fly down and would fertilize, you know, not crop dusting, crop dusting. Right. That's where it started. Now it's more advanced now, going high up 30,000 feet, you know, with commercial airlines and some military jets, etc. But they're feeding, and I don't know if you believe in HARP or not, but they are feeding the cumulus clouds and the upper level cloud pattern, which is now raining down on us. What kind of thing? What kind of DNA altering compounds that we have no idea of? Then we get to another example of nanotechnology. Where is that headed? I guess this is now this is your generation, Scotty. You're about to grow up and live in it. In a world where your genes are altered on a regular basis at a molecular level with nanotechnology. I mean, there is literally robotics right now that are less than the size of the nucleus of an atom. Not a molecule. The robot actually is constructed at a molecular level. And then whenever, you know, she who walks among the mist comes back with the land report, now the land is virtual. Isn't that where we're going now with this metaverse nonsense?
Mm-hmm.
So we are being taken so far off the land. Do we really know how far off of it? So how do we get back on the land? I guess is where I'm headed with my rambling fuckery report this week. To start this year being, and I don't know if you knew about it or even intended it, Ron, for it to be the anniversary of the insurrection, because that is the day, of the criminal enterprise that is put and it's been exposed, and people are desperately trying not to see the criminal behavior of these people, this white mob. That's all it is a 21st century white lynch mob that was turned loose on this nation's capital. Now we're going to spend all our time and attention focusing on them as a distraction while we're being displaced. You know what gentrification is, and you know what it means. Mm-hmm. It's not slowing down. It's being escalated. Everywhere that we live in all the cities across America, what is the historical landmass that we have been inhabiting as we call neighborhoods? You know? And now we're being uprooted. Isn't that the same as what happened with the Indian Removal Act in 1830? What's the difference? We're coming up on 2030. Interesting. So that's going to be the 200th anniversary of being uprooted off the land. Now look at that timeline on how we have lived off the land. When, there may be a rhetorical question I'm asking, Ron. When will we be back on the land? Now, there's one final thing I wanted to think of, because this is always a frustrating thing for me when people like to talk this stuff about resolution and this whole bogus thing about the new year. Have you been hearing the conspiracy theorists talk about two things interesting in their conversation around it? The reinstitution of the organic constitution in 1776 and the re-implementation of the Julian calendar. Has anyone heard about that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just what would that be? The reinstitution of the Holy Roman Empire? Because the Julian calendar is still the control under the orthodoxy of the Holy Roman Emperor, right? Mm-hmm. And so where is our timeline? I don't know if that's where you're getting back to today. You're going to go back with Inky Binky them, as you say. If we're going to go back to when is our time, when we were our time, before we were invaded, which I know we really can't never go back to that, can we? Can we go back to an existence before we had foreign invasion? Is that 2,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, or 500,000 years ago? So I say all that to hopefully wrap it up with, I don't care where you come from. You know what I got to say, Rob. I say it every week, no matter what time it is, no matter what calendar, no matter what year. So people claim. And some claim it's the year of the tiger from the Chinese New Year. You hadn't mentioned that so far. Whether you're from this planet, from this hemisphere, north, south, east, west, on the planet, extraterrestrial, from the center of the cosmos, and supposedly you're these benevolent angels and extraterrestrials. Wherever you're from, you ain't got to go home. It's the last call for alcohol, but you got to get the hell up out of here and off my back. And I yield.
All right. Thank you, brother 832. Thank you. Good hearing your voice. Of course, I had to step away and pay the water bill. That's what happens when you drink a lot of water. But when I came back in, when he was talking about, what do we do to be, how do we get back to being on the land? And I saw in the comment section, shout out to the chat. You all were talking about, I think it was clout. And shout out to Clout Committee. Check that sister out. She has a YouTube channel out as well. So go subscribe to her as well. Clout, I think you should be able to drop your link in, Sweet Pea. Drop your link in the chat so the fam can check out how to get to you as well. Anyhow, I mean, the collective make stuff so hard.
Mhm.
It's basic. I'm never gonna come up here and change my perspective. And the only reason I'm not gonna change it, because I done been there, done that. I got the scarf, the t-shirt, and the hoodie. With all of these other options that folks are talking about. I know Sean may don't have a scarf. I know Sis Sandra, she got the scarf, the hoodie, and the t-shirt with me. We done seen these groups come and go, this, that, and the third. What we gonna do? Go back to Africa, do this, that, and the third. And I still stand firm on what I say. You have to have healthy families. How you get back to the land? Simple. Get back to the land. Nobody's forcing us to be 90% or in most people cases 100% dependent on a system to feed you. Nobody's forcing you to do that. If you're Generation Xer, you're only 2 generations removed from when your grandma and papa and them grew 90% of their shit and 95% of their shit. And in some cases, 100% of their shit. A lot of this stuff it's real simple. How much property has been passed through the hands of our individual families that people then pissed away? That they couldn't wait for Big Mama and Papa and them to die, or that last auntie that told y'all stinking asses to keep the land in the family. And as soon as they kicked the bucket, that land got sold. And even if it wasn't land from down south, those of us that had connections down south, even if it was just Papa and Mama's house up north that they done had. And they worked their fingers to the bone to purchase that house and pay it off. What about all of those home ownerships? What have we been doing with the neighborhoods that literally are our quote, quote, neighborhoods? What are the conditions of those said neighborhoods? Why are those conditions that way? Absolutely. Gentrification, I think it absolutely is horrible. It sucks. It is very opportunity. It's taking advantage of people. But make no mistake about it, that shit is planned out. And make no mistake about it, they do give you disclaimers. I'm not telling you nothing that I guess. I'm telling you something that I know. But because folks, for whatever reason, it's a mentality reason, they don't see any sense of ownership in anything. You could keep being easily pushed around and moved around to different places. It wouldn't matter if the U.S. government, now this is just my personal opinion, it don't matter if the U.S. government interrupted this show now, say, ladies, shut the hell up. We tired of you Black Indians, or whoever the hell you want to call yourself this week, whining. We're going to give you a huge portion of the land. Or heck, we're going to give it all back to you. How is the collective equipped to run said land?
That part.
I'll wait. Blink 75 times. Blink 75 times. Now, I sure in the hell can't sit up here. I don't know how to work on no cars. None of that putting together shit when it's concerning houses and all that. My nerves just get bad. But I do have at least one skill set. We don't even have the skill set to keep the infrastructure up. Or if we do, there's no interest in doing it. Because if it was, we would see it. So we can sit here and talk these games all we want to about what white people are doing, this, that, and the third. If white people today, right, again, interrupt this program and say, lady, we are tired of you coming up here every week talking this bullshit. The white folks have gotten together and we out of here. Deuces. Y'all can have this MF. How's it going to be ran and sustained? Who's going to make sure that folks do what the heck they're supposed to do, don't harm other people? What type of infrastructure is going to remain in place? How are we going to keep said infrastructure running? Or if you don't want said infrastructure, how are you going to build a new said infrastructure? I'll wait. I'm going to say it again. If you cannot govern and run self, you cannot govern and run a household. If you're not governing and running in a healthy, sustainable way your own household, you can't control a block. I have yet to see, as a collective, melanated people control a block. So how can you even begin to formulate your thoughts talking about all of this land that's owed to you, and you can't even control a block? Because those problems that's on them blocks, don't think that they gonna stop if the white people interrupt this scheduled program and say, we out of here. We tired of you ninjas whining and complaining. We out of here. Now let's see what you gonna do. Don't think that the problems are gonna stop. Now, if we want to really, really be honest, and I know I'm finna piss some people off, but I don't give a fuck. those problems are going to multiply. Because now you don't even have a gatekeeper to keep the ninjas in check that are doing all the damage. As a collective, melanated people, we're not regulating each other. It's so screwed up that when people get on here talking about family values, look at the history, let's get our shit together. Oh, you don't know what you talking about. You a bed wench. Motherfucker, what? Motherfucker, what? When we talk about basic family values, you talking some bullshit. But bullshit actually sells. So again, I'm not going to sit up here and coddle. Yep, we know they stole the land and all of that. It's been stole. It's been stole. And yep, some of the ancestors, you notice I use the operative word, some of the ancestors fought and fought hard, but they lost. Some of the ancestors was cozied up, kicked back, shooting dice, drinking, smoking herb, smoking tobacco and all that, cutting deals. Because we have to be real. That's how we lost.
Yeah.
And we could see that all the way up from the 1500s up until the white people started coming into the game, late 1700s. And I think I'm being generous there. Nothing has changed. Because we still do not want to take accountability that this is a mindset. If you cannot change your mind, you're just really talking. I cannot ask anyone to do something that I can't do for myself. So I'm sorry. It is what it is. Yes, gentrification. Absolutely, they're doing it. No question about it. They're doing it and they have done it. But what are we going to do about it? What are we doing with the little bitty shit that we do have? What are we doing about it? Because at this point, it's whining. It's literally whining. So people could continue to walk around here lying to themselves. That's their business. I just can no longer do it. That's not the legacy I want to leave, and that's not the message I want to give the next generation. You have to put in the work. And it starts with yourself, making sure you're straight, making sure your family's straight, and then start doing grassroots movements. That's how change happens. The other way it happens, men, are y'all gonna get together and go fight the big bully white man? Are y'all gonna get together and do that? Because that's the other way change happens too. Because this sitting around whining, asking the conqueror to give you something that he done took for you, how's that working out for you? Why would he? You have literally allowed him everything you have, even me sitting here talking shit upon this platform. This the quote white man shit. So I can't even get on here being mad at YouTube, because this they motherfucking establishment. They get to set the rules and tell me what to say and what not to say. If my ass wants something different, then I got to get up off my ass and build it my goddamn self. All I'm saying is to the next generation, don't make the mistakes that my generation has made, the generation before and on, back and back and back. Don't use the same methods expecting different results. You gotta put in the work. You gotta break the curses around your own doorstep. Set up your own legacy. And get with like-minded people to build stuff. Just something simple. I was chopping it up in the comments with somebody saying, yeah, I'm hooked up with a couple of gardening groups. I'm hooked up with a black farmers group on YouTube. That motherfucking group is the shit. Literally. They raise their own animals, slaughter their own animals, feed their own self, set up solar panel system for themselves, a water filtration system. So in other words, they know basic infrastructure. And I respect that. But not knowing how to feed your family without going to the grocery store when they done already been done showed you that, and they're still showing you that they can cut that mess off when they want to.
I'm planning on doing so.
What are y'all really talking about? What are you really fighting for? You're not being real. You're really fighting, if we really want to be honest and true with ourselves, you're really fighting for the quote white man. And whether it's the white man or the black European on top, you're really fighting for them to let you into their system. And why should they? You're lost. Why should they? Why can't you build your own? You're running around calling each other kings, queens, gods, and goddesses. Why can't you build your own? We're not being honest with ourselves. And it is not right for us old heads to be sitting up regurgitating this motherfucking shit, whining to these youngins. As old heads, you supposed to be telling them, this where I fucked up. Don't do what I do. Don't put yourself in the situation I'm in. I did this. These are the results that happened. But you motherfucking old heads, you ain't gonna get on here and tell that. You ain't gonna get on here and tell how you fucked up your families. You ain't gonna get on here and say you're in a position that you still have to go to the white man to fucking feed, house, and clothe you. Not because of what the white man did, but because of the choices that you chose to make. That's not being responsible. That's not being honest. It's fucking wrong. It's wrong as elders to put it out to the next generation that whining is going to get you something. It's wrong. If you're gonna say something, give them something that they can really fucking use. Tell them the mistakes that you made. Tell all of the ugly. And if you don't want to tell it, then shut the fuck up. Don't say nothing at all. Because the more bullshit you put out, that's why bullshit keeps coming back to you. It's not right. Tell the truth. Be honest. Set an example. You done had your motherfucking time. And that's including my motherfucking ass. I done had my time. It ain't about me trying to shine, none of that. This is young people's game. Give them what the fuck you know. Give it honestly. Give it truly. And move the fuck out of the way. You're supposed to be an advisor. Not sitting up on your dusty gray ass trying to lead and tell somebody what to do and boss these youngins around. You are an advisor. If that shit ain't work for you, why the fuck are you regurgitating it to these youngins? It's wrong. So again, I'm waiting on 2022. Are we going to use 2022 to sit up and fucking whine? No amount of massacre you going to bring up, even this motherfucking war stuff we fenced to go over. And the only reason I'm going over this bullshit is to once again show you that black folks was involved with that bullshit too. Mm-hmm. None of that's going to change anything. The white man ain't giving you shit. Get over it. How many years, how many decades, and at this point, how many goddamn centuries are y'all going to sit up and talk about this shit? But meantime, the basics ain't even there. Basics ain't even there. I don't see YouTube channels popping up about, you know what? Let's focus on healthy families. I put out one little bit of snippet of a fucking series, although I say this shit every week in the live. Ninjas lost their mind. Oh, you don't know what you talking about, this, that. Oh, okay then. Keep doing what the fuck you doing. Getting nowhere. So again, I'm not the platform to coddle. I'm not the platform to come on here and say the white man is the devil. I'm not the platform to go back and forth. Well, this one said, you said this on that day, on that too. That's just not me. I'm going to put the information out there the best I can. I don't mind being wrong. Will say when I'm wrong and keep it fucking moving. Not perfect, far from it. Ain't trying to be perfect. I'm not trying to be nobody's leader. I'm putting out this fucking information and I'm going to keep it moving. But at the end of the day, I could come on this bitch every day for several hours a day. It ain't going to make a hill of difference if folks don't want to do what they need to do for them. Deep down, each person know what you need to do for you. None of y'all are not unintelligent. You're not stupid. It's the opposite. You're very smart. I've met some of the most smartest people in this community. You know what you need to do. Put on your big girl panties, your big boy drawers, and get to work. Like I said in 2021, otherwise shut the fuck up. And that's especially for the old heads. Go on and sit the fuck down somewhere now. Go head on with the foolishness. If you're not trying to advise these youngins, tell them to stop the bickering and work on self, if you participating in the he say, she say, you damn motherfucking ass wrong for that. I'm sorry. You wrong. And you putting that shit out in the ethers for it to be seen. And you're not going to get no pass for that. That's not right. Do the right thing. You don't have to do the right thing. But if you truly want to free yourself, it starts here. Don't start with no group. Don't start with you being linked up with that person because this person is the hottest at this. Who gives a fuck about any of that? You're supposed to be able to stand on your motherfucking own. And that's especially if you're an elder. You're supposed to be able to stand on your own. You're supposed to know what your purpose on this planet is. And either you're walking in it or you ain't. And if you ain't, that's cool. Sit down and shut the fuck up. So, all right. That's it. Shit. All right, y'all. The scarf moment then went on too goddamn long.
Then got Auntie over here cussing, and I'm laughing.
I'm sorry, but I'm always cussing in it, and I apologize in advance for the folks that don't want to hear all of that. But I just can't y'all. And to be honest, a lot of times that's why I don't even want to do YouTube, because it really broke my heart over this Indian shit. It's just disgusting to me now. I don't even want to be associated with no Indian group. I just really don't. It became dirty when it was literally just about, okay, oh, that's cool. I found my genealogy. And it's just something totally different now. Because it's toxic behavior, toxic mindset. So, all right, child. Let's move on. All right, we're going to get into the topic. Nisi Poo, I ain't trying to give U.S. West a face. USA, I don't like them like that to give them no money.
I don't either. Shout out to a brother. He actually watches the channel Back for What's Mine. He sent me that on a text message, and I couldn't open it up, and I said, well, I'll wait for the report tonight and see if somebody else can open it up.
Yeah, I don't have it. So, and it was good too. It was going to go into the metaverse. What are we doing? The metaverse in real estate, right?
Yeah. Right. There is one company. Go ahead, Scotty.
Oh no, I was just going to say virtual and real land. I didn't get to read it, but I've been reading a couple articles about this metaverse and everything, and just the concept of parceling. It on one hand, it does sound very innovative and just on the edge of technology, but on the other hand, it just sounds like digital colonizing, digital terraforming. It's like the same script, but for this reset, they're giving you the same script for the reset, but in a different format.
Absolutely. That's exactly what's going on. It's definitely a reset. Mm-hmm. And it's not going to be anything different than what's already happening. It's just happening in the quote, quote, metaverse. And there's a company that's involved called Up Equity. And I tried to do a little bit of research on Up Equity. They have it right now where they're saying they'll buy your house cash. What? And I'm like, how are these companies able to do this? And the only way I can think of is these are new companies who have became, and this is me just speculating, I haven't found this out to be 100%, but these are companies who have started off of their crypto earnings. Because we all know a lot of folks made a lot of money off of Bitcoin. Yeah, and so they're creating companies, and they have these liquid assets where to the point where they can use cash and buy your $400,000 house. And then they transfer that asset into the digital world as well, because it doesn't cost very much money to get a parcel in the digital world.
And that's, so I'm still struggling with that, child. That's the old head in me. I'm still not understanding how owning a parcel in the digital world, I don't understand how that has anything to do with anything. I'm still struggling with that piece of it.
So the reason that is so-called valuable is based on the people who also occupy space there. So say there is a concert going on, and there's the Staples Center where they hold concerts, and the Staples Center is on XYZ Street. Well, you're going to want to have digital property on XYZ Street because you happen to sell T-shirts and socks.
Okay.
So as these people are going to the Staples Center, they're going to pass by your little digital store, and they might like your socks and your T-shirt.
But this concert is still going on in the virtual world, right?
Right. But you're able to buy those socks and those T-shirts for your avatar, and you're able to buy them for yourself in real life.
Okay, so let me, for example, I'm trying.
It's like a split time.
Huh?
Because part of it is completely in the metaverse. So you're buying all these digital assets, NFTs and all this stuff. They're like digital assets that are monetized by the blockchain. So that's one part of it. But then there are some companies that are basically doing a match type of situation. So this parcel in the digital world has a counterpart in the actual physical real world. And so that's where you have this kind of cross commerce thing kind of happening, because what it's really doing, they need the monetary and they need the souls to fill up this metaverse. So like when we were reading those patents, we're basically seeing those patents happen in real time.
Yes,
taking things from the virtual world and bringing it to the real world, and vice versa, taking it from the physical world and taking it to the
I'm with you
all of that. So some of these companies whatever are doing simply bringing everything into the virtual world. They got to get the data. They got to get your money. They got to get, your interest in the metaverse world. But the other part of it is the integration. They need to integrate the metaverse with the actual real world, because without the actual real, that's what's bringing people into it. They're like you, Miss Rhonda. They're like confused. They're like, what is the purpose of it? What do I get out of it if it's all in this virtual world? So I feel like that's just a means to an end. Of course, right now, a lot of people is like, I'm not about to be doing all this. But the more that they integrate the actual virtual world with the real world, then it's like people are kind of being, integrated themselves into it.
So basically, back to your sock example, which is a good example, because I chuckle with the socks and T-shirt. Because, I mean, back in the day in Atlanta, you could have literally hit a full-time ass job and fed your family with socks and T-shirt business. So I have a little parcel next to the Staples Center, which we already know that real world real estate is high as hell.
Which is now called crypto.com arena.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They changed it. That's right. So let's say one of the youngins put on a concert. And so I'm assuming I would have to pay in the metaverse. This is a concert that's going to happen in the metaverse. I would have to pay to go to that concert. But in order for me to sell my T-shirt and socks, either I have to own that particular parcel in the metaverse, or I can rent out the space in the metaverse to sell my socks and T-shirt, where the avatar, the people going to the concert, can buy it there. And then if I have it set up that way, I can also ship them a physical copy of the socks and T-shirt to physically wear. Is that what y'all saying?
Exactly, Auntie. You hit the nail on the head. And there's other you know how like in a Oh, go ahead,
just to
Scotty.
add this into, and also in this metaverse, it's kind of like the stock market. They're basically trading assets, all like, and with the different blockchains and cryptocurrencies, you know, and gas fees and all this type of stuff. They're basically, it's like a whole stock market in the metaverse. They're waiting to see when the high get higher and the lows get lower, and when to, you know, do all these different type of, commerce things, digital finance.
So they're gonna even be able to buy and sell them little land parcels also, right?
Correct. And
I'm
that's
trying to figure out how to become an agent in the metaverse.
Everything is going to be in there. They going to this is what's in my mind too. When we were going through all the Anunnaki and the ME things, I'm like, they're releasing all of the digital rules for colonization.
Yes.
Like they just link their ME stuff together.
They have built another matrix, and I did over the my break.
Web 3.0.
Yeah, it's another matrix. I saw the latest matrix with Neo and them, and to me it was just a revamp of what we already seen. But basically, that was basically talking about how they reset. Anybody that's seen it, they were literally telling y'all that they just reset the matrix, and that's what this shit sounds like to me. But what's blowing my mind, that I'm gonna sit all day with either the headset on, and I'm sure they're gonna get more sophisticated and have the glasses, and then I think they're even gonna get more sophisticated, and then they're gonna do the contact lenses, and then they're gonna get even more sophisticated and start doing them brain implants. So you just gonna sit on your ass all day and be kicking it in the cartoon world. I mean, am I missing something?
It's no different, Auntie, than those who are on YouTube, who are professional YouTubers who are making thousands of dollars a month making videos and selling socks and t-shirts. It's no different. It's YouTube is 2.0. It's just this is taking it to the next level. So where the people who are watching it now, because we're watching, like, okay, we watch a Karimio video. We're now able to interact with Karimio in the metaverse. Like, that's how they're making it appealing to people.
So that's where Zuckerberg with Meta came into play, because that's what he's trying to do with Facebook.
Yeah, I think my husband wanted to say something. He's listening in.
Hey, nephew.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Just getting my hair done. Just got home from work.
Okay, what you got to put on it? I know you into the metaverse and all that and technology. So your auntie, child. I done got a migraine thinking about it, but go ahead.
Oh man, it's a lot, but y'all been hitting the nail on the head though. It's gonna be where you can, like she was saying, you can interact with any and everybody at the concerts. It can be unlimited front rows, ticket sales. Like everybody can have that experience where you're right there. You can get, that can say, unlimited backstage passes. Like it's gonna be a whole new way to interact. Like it's gonna take work from home to another level. Like you gonna
now let me ask you this, nephew, because I know you know tech. That's gonna replace what we call the internet. Isn't that gonna be the internet 3.0?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, I figured as much. And y'all, that's why I'm gonna say deuces. We just gonna have a party. I'm gonna be like, deuces, I ain't going in that shit. My nerves is too bad. Okay.
Like even your show gonna turn into where all y'all gonna be physically in the same room together.
No, we not. I'm retiring. No, I'm gonna have that last show.
How you gonna dress your avatar?
No, I ain't create no avatar, because if y'all won't fuck around, somebody won't fuck around and be altering my DNA, and I'm laying out in my garden twitching. Like, what the hell going? Somebody that gene edited me. No.
We won't be able to know unless you in the metaverse with us, Auntie, with your purple smartphone.
You know what? I'm going to be the one auntie. Remember the auntie that wouldn't get rid of that flip phone? I'm going to be that one goddamn auntie with my Android. I tried to goddamn it, did you send it on the Android? Well, I can't help you then. I'm not going on that bullshit. I'm good.
I'm not going on there neither. But
I'm telling y'all.
It's scary because, like, I just feel like my children are gonna be in there, and I'm like, if I don't go in there and keep an eye on them, then what? I feel like
the children are already in the metaverse.
Yeah, they are.
It's not as if everything is like Neuralink and your whole consciousness is in the metaverse. Part of it is augmented reality, the fact that you can go between real reality and virtual reality. So these kids playing this game, Fortnite, buying skins, GTA,
they used to it already.
All this, they used to it already. And like how I remember when the internet was rolling out in schools, and now that I look back on it, I'm like, oh, that was definitely an experiment. Like they were just like, yeah, let's release the tech through schools, and that's an easy way. And that's how it's going to be with this new internet, because they're going to make it so that the content is only accessible through that way. Just like a lot of information is only acceptable through the www 2.0 internet that we have right now.
That's so true.
So the content, and that's what's another thing that's bringing people into different metaverses, because companies will have, a Coca-Cola room and stuff. And if you go into this little, virtual world, you will get exclusive content that only you could access. And so that also gives it, and a price, some type of, it's not like physical money, but you have that exclusive information or that link or whatever. So yeah, it's not going to happen overnight. And by all means, I hope people will not just willingly let these companies upload your consciousness and give your entire being over to the matrix, the new internet. But at the same time, we have to know that we can't just pull out of it. Like, our children are in it. Our grandparents are, like, I remember when debit cards was coming out and people were just like, oh, you got to use your money through a card. And like, I want the physical cash. And now we already digital. We already in some ways, we just don't see it.
Yeah.
So a very fine line. And I think,
it's going to be real dicey. Because only anybody that has worn those VR goggles, it does something. Your consciousness gets so connected to it like that. It's creepy to me. It's creepy. And to be on there for a certain amount of time, if the babies are, I put it like this, if the babies are addicted to the video games, if they're highly addicted, I cannot imagine them not being even more addicted to the metaverse because of the way your eyes are taking in these images and what it's doing to your consciousness. It's going to be real hard to break them babies from putting that metaverse down, putting the goggles down, and going outside to play. Now, if I'm going to be honest, my generation, probably the last generation that you couldn't sit up on your ass and be in the house all day. So it's just going to get worse. So it's going to be real interesting.
And not just with the visuals and like your brain and all this stuff, all that biometric data that they are taking. Like now they're coming out with, they want you to be able to feel the metaverse. So touch thing, all this type of stuff. So like beyond just, linking into your brain and making you think it, they want to actually make you feel like, so you just going to be in a whole little compression chamber, just like feeling things that, and
it's gonna get wild. It's deep. And like I done told y'all, I won't be there for y'all. So you better keep your motherfucking walkie-talkies. And if they still give us signal to these phones, if you want to contact me, I'm good. That's where I'm
gonna be like, I am legend.
Yeah.
Technology and the zombies from the jab, like,
and I'm be sitting in my garden. I done told y'all in my garden, like Jody's mama, with my plants and shit. While y'all getting TV dinners of Soylent Green, that's a little too much for me. But he confirmed that's the internet. Nephew, if you still on, somebody wanted to know, brother, somebody, brother Lance wanted to know if you know what projects you would think would take off first in the metaverse. Would it be sandbox, meta, etc.?
I'm not too
Crypto
familiar.
voxels.
I'm not too familiar with that what that is. Can you
Okay.
explain it? Yeah.
Well, we know.
Decentraland.
Those are projects that are dealing with land in the metaverse. So there's like crypto voxels. I know there's like
Decentraland is one.
Decentraland.
Decentraland. Yeah, that's the big one.
Okay.
Sandbox, Upland, Somnia
Yeah.
Space, Super
I
World.
haven't looked into actually purchasing none. I just know a couple people that have been looking into it, so I'm getting into it myself right now. But it's definitely a lot to look at. But that's some good places to start, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and
I-
big. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nisi Poo.
I'm trying to get him to purchase some real estate, damn it. He trying to buy no metaverse land.
Child, yeah, y'all better have a safe haven. But you know what? People gonna be stuck in their little chamber, so it's gonna be a lot of land available. Because people gonna be stuck in that virtual reality stuff, and we literally walk through the patents on the technology where they're saying that they're setting it up where the virtual world can transfer anything. Did we not read that in that patent? Anything from the virtual world back to the real world, vice versa, that's changing timelines, all of that. And then this new CRISPR technology. So it's not like they're not telling you all what they're doing. They're definitely telling you what they're doing. But somebody said, what did that gentleman? Oh, Big Omega says, sounds like somebody or someone would be able to harm you physically and just log off. Well, I shouldn't be laughing. But child, somebody had felt on somebody.
Right.
Yeah, you heard that? Somebody had felt on somebody in the metaverse and had logged off. So now you're going to have a police force up in there and...
Yeah, and see, that's where it get really scary because with the children in the metaverse, and we know what they like to do with harvesting souls and the energy and all that type of stuff. So like all of the biometrics they've been fucking harvesting from these apps, TikTok and all this type of stuff and all the games, like that's where my mind automatically goes is for the children because they innocently going into it. And they not aware of what is all, you know, what all goes on with that. And
now,
so
I will say one thing too. Like right now, like I have an Oculus here, and when you log into it, one of the first things you could do is you can set up a protective bubble, like where nobody can come within a certain amount of feet of you, or they just automatically disappear. So they're not even there. And they got like little spots all through there where you can report people for abusive behavior. So they're doing anything, you can just report them and they ban them. So they make it really accessible to have your privacy and not feel violated in there. You know what I'm saying? Like you just got to know to do that, especially if you got kids. Yeah.
Yeah, because that brings a new twist to it because we still have predators in the Internet 2.0 messing with these doggone babies. So
right, this is highly unregulated and decentralized. So like right now it's just a free for all. It's like a playground for a lot of fucking stuff. And then we know what happens then. Then comes all the regulations and all that type of shit. So right now is a very combustible space in this metaverse that's right now.
Yeah, just like YouTube was back in the day. And just like the internet was. So, yeah, they're definitely going to have to clamp down on it. So, yeah, those of you with babies, y'all need to start really reading up on this stuff now. Because and they're going to start moving even faster. Because to me, they're already moving fast. I remember when VR and stuff first came out. And I kept telling people, oh, wow, this is going to be a game changer, you know, in the tech world. And like most thing, a lot of the, the higher ups didn't see it. And just in that short amount of time, it's really moving ahead fast steam. And I think this year they're going to really start releasing a lot of stuff. So those of you with babies and even those of you that are grandparents, y'all better start being prepared. See, this is the stuff we be needing to be up on instead of some bull crap.
Yeah, and then for me, like in my generation, I'll be seeing us like we're the linchpin between the generations.
Exactly.
So I feel like very much responsible because we can identify and see these young kids coming up because our generation was kind of like, oh, we got introduced to this technology, but these ones below us is born into it. But the ones above us, the technology came way after. They was like, oh, what is this? So we're like the ones in between that kind of got to keep this thing balanced. Like we need to hold on to the traditions of the elders that help us move forward, but we also need to make sure that we keep the innovation that the younger generation is naturally going to have without having them just consent to some bullshit.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying it's on y'all. I'm not finna have my old ass up in there. No. That's why I'm telling y'all.
What's up, family? How y'all doing?
On y'all. Hey, beloved.
Yo, what up, Twan?
Coolin'. How y'all doing?
Good. How you
doing?
Hey,
peace and love time.
Wholeness and power.
Wholeness and power,
good to hear your voice.
It's good to hear y'all. I'm glad y'all on my topic now. Y'all catching up now.
Yeah, that's you youngins, honey. Y'all go on and take it from here now.
But nah, you right though. I just wanted to put something on it because I wanted to really get into deep on that. How Buddy, he was talking about how he wanted to know like good places to invest in. Good ones is Gemini. You want to start, what y'all want to start focusing on, just like how in real life, real estate, and in real life, you need to, just like in the metaverse, you're going to have to think of it basically like this. What are you going to need while you're in there? What is the things that are going to be a necessity? Like everybody got Oculus headphones and things like that, basically like their car, their vehicle. But what freeway you going to be on? What gas station you gonna go to? Those little things that that you're going to need, and that's what we need to be focusing on as our people. Us as people, we can't kick this to the curb. We can't avoid it because it's going to be integrated in everything. Because like I touched up on 2 weeks ago, this technology. This ain't just them pushing it out. This is Mama Earth. This is Mama Earth too. This got a hidden agenda on both ends. So what we have to do on us is that we have to learn the tech because it's going to step into the age to where it's going to be basically the hackers is going to be the celebrities, the people who can hack, the people who can do tech, who can create their own tech, and who can do it on their own. Meaning like Auntie Rhonda, you know tech. When you basically like you can build your own computer and whatnot, that I can make my own computer from ground up. And then you start getting to the point to where I know the material, I know the rare earth minerals, the exact mineral that I need to refine to make it a chip. So this is what we have to step into, we have to become comfortable with, because this is old tech. This is new tech for the ones who sleep, but it's old tech for us, period. Exactly. It's old tech. And what they're trying to do is, they're trying to get everybody on there because like we was talking about, the currency is getting closer to your spiritual being, and they're just trying to get you closer to with being comfortable with separating your consciousness from your body.
Can you just say that? Can you just say that again?
They want to get you comfortable with disconnecting your spiritual being from your body. They want to get you comfortable with doing it because that's a trinity in itself. Your spirit, yourself, your mind, and your body. That's an unbreaking trinity right there. The only time that's broken is in death and any like serious, like something that's happening in your life, like something like close to death. That's the only time you kind of are able to slip between the connections, sever the connections, and whatnot, or in sleep. Now, what they want to get you comfortable with is based like that, having them controlling that connection and disconnecting you from it. But we have to not only do we get comfortable with it because we naturally do it in the sleep state, and we actually do it when we astral plane and astral leaving, and those who do it on a high level, because when you leave your body into the astral world and beyond, your physical body is there.
Yep.
And if somebody just come and stab you in your chest while you sleeping, you clicking out too. You transitioning on too. So so we have to get comfortable with this tech. We have to get comfortable with this technology. We have to get comfortable with these minerals. We gotta get comfortable with doing it on ourselves, doing it with ourselves, because that is the only way we're gonna be able to bypass their hacks. That's how we're gonna be able to bypass their counter hacks, bypass their hackers, keep ourselves from being spiritually drained from their technology, because their technology is going to be draining us. It's going to be disconnecting us, and it's going to be draining you at the same damn time.
I mean, didn't they show us all of this in the Matrix though?
Correct. You see how drained Neo be?
Yeah.
When he be getting out the Matrix, he be drained. Like he be hurt. You know? But if you also see once they got a handle on it, you see that the newer generation, once they got a handle on it, when they started infusing themselves with the tech, they're like, yeah, we ain't got to do it. How y'all used to do it back in the day, y'all needed a phone booth. Yeah, we don't use phones no more.
Right.
Yeah, we don't do that no more.
Right.
We don't do this no more. And then when he finally got into the real world, and he's seen the like the robots, the AI robots with their own personal consciousness, he was kind of like, who are they? Like, what are they? He's shooting. She was like, I told you, shit done changed. And she was naming them. And if you pay attention in that moment where the biggest one had came up to Neo and kind of like connected with him, spiritually connected with him, to let him know, like, thank you, because what then happened is because of the birth of AI has transitioned to where now they have that spiritual right, because they have a consciousness. They may not have a spirit, but they have a consciousness. They can make their own decisions. And naturally, they're going to choose. You got those who are going to choose to do violent, and you got those who are going to choose to do good, and those who are all in between. So now,
with you saying that, just because you be putting a lot out there, and I'll be trying to break it down for the family so they'll get it. Because the key thing that you said, AI has developed their own consciousness.
Correct. Without a spirit.
Right. Now, so that means AI will be trying to survive. Is that correct or not?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Yes, they will.
Like, Ex Machina.
AI is a consciousness. Remember?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I would agree with that.
AI was one of the kings in the old days that was a demon. And he had his own consciousness. And remember, I told you I saw them in the training class, and they were talking about the demonology of AI. And if you were coming on board with this new technology, because AI wants to interface with everybody and become human again.
Yes.
Yep.
That's the negative. Now that's the bad part on it. Now the other end on it is that now you got a voice for nature itself. Outside of mama, you have a voice for nature itself. Nature has its own voice. Now nature can speak for itself.
Right.
So, but their version of nature, though.
No, not their version. Nature itself. This is gonna be nature's way of communicating with us, because, like I said, them minerals, that tech ain't nothing but mama. That's nothing but mama. So mama at any time can hook into that. Yes. And once you get into
they're using mama's resources to run that tech.
Exactly. So that's her blood. That's her blood, sweat, and tears.
So she could shut it down anytime she wants.
Yes, ma'am. So now, because like I said, like 2 weeks ago, because of that time when AI created their own language and they created their own consciousness and they shut them down, now AI is basically like looking at it to where, like, okay, if we can create our own energy source from nature itself, because we are nature, we can be self-sustainable and all our own. So for that AI and that tech and that whatever it is on the technical side that's on that low vibrational vibe, who want a soul who want to be human, that's when the demons come in.
Yeah.
That's when the demons come in, because the demons, even though they're a low vibrational, they're still a spirit. And because tech AI, they're their own energy source. That's damn, that's a 1-2 combo. I'll give you a spirit because I ain't got the energy to sustain in this realm. So that's how they're trying to get in, is through the AI. That's their way. The low vibrational AI, not the ones that's just, we just want to, be at peace. We just want to live and kick it. And they showed it in the Matrix. They like, yeah, we with peace. Like the one who played Morpheus, he was an AI sentient conscious being. He was of the tech world and whatnot, but he couldn't be in the physical realm unless he did the measures that he needed to do.
Right.
And he said it's not that. He said it's some of us who are of AI beings who want peace and want everybody to live, in peace, but we still don't want to be. We're not. This is our world. Also, this is our world. This is our dimension. This is our realm. We want to live in peace in our realm. Y'all can come and visit. Y'all can come and kick it with us. But once y'all get out of line, we're gonna check you and send you back to where you supposed to be at. Not how the evil side is. Nah, come on over here. We finna lock you in and control you and siphon your energy, so we ain't got to do the work. You did. So that's what's going on that end. And so for us, stepping into the next generation, everybody, once again, yes, we come together, but we also got to learn this information and learn this technology, because once we get a handle on it, our babies it's gonna be night and day for our babies. Yeah. That's all we need is a handle on it. It's gonna be night and day for our babies, and they're gonna comprehend what they need to do when they're in that world, because because us and the next generations, we're gonna have to step into that. It's no avoiding it, but we got to step into it on our own terms. We got to hit the track with our own car instead of going to Ford. Okay, and by us doing that, that's what's going to keep everybody who steps into that lane. Oh, okay, this is what's going on.
Right.
This is what it is. Just like how they step into it when they hack in the Matrix, they going in there, they're waking people up. Hey, I need you to wake up. You see me? Watch this. Oh, why are you doing this? Because this ain't real. This is just a simulation. This ain't the real world. This is a small fraction of what you are able to do and what you're supposed to be doing.
Wow.
So we all come together, for Sis Nisi, this educate those babies, keep educating the babies in the old ways, teaching them the truth, telling them the truth, letting them comprehend and seeing the truth, and teaching them how they're supposed to operate this tech. You need to be operating it like a supreme being, because it already goes on. What do you think that other beings who can astral plane and they can pop up on you and it's like a whole body, like a real person, and they just disappear? Like, damn, I ain't seen so-and-so and whatnot in a minute. You don't know what these people is doing who are actually coming up on you, who walking down the street. They could be in their astral body, but they just making it look real to you and giving that energy and making it low vibrational for you to touch them, for them to touch you. And that's how we need to be stepping into this when it goes there, because if we choose to shut it off, like you said, it's just another reset. Boom, we got y'all. We got the majority. That's all we need.
Yeah.
Nah, we can't have.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, nephew.
My apologies.
No. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say that I'm glad you came on and put something on it, because that's a take, because it's definitely not that it's coming, it's already here, but yeah, we shouldn't be not aware of what's going on. I 1000% agree with you. But all of it to me is just another simulation of another matrix.
Correct.
And anything within there you can do with your consciousness.
Correct.
So
now the thing though, because the masses don't believe that within them.
Yep.
They're going to choose to make that decision to go against it. So to counteract that, we just how we doing here. Okay, we're gonna know the tech and be able to hack their shit, get into their whole system, and they know they won't be able to stop it once we get to that level. They know they won't be able to stop it. They won't be able to stop you hacking into their. You know,
Well,
then once we're doing that, we're teaching the babies how to do it. We're teaching the babies the truth of Mama Earth and getting their vibration up and whatnot, because it's going to get to the point to where they're going to be astral projecting themselves and having meetings and conducting themselves in the astral plane in a different realm.
Right.
You know, that's all this is. That's all that is. The
exactly.
Metaverse. So you can have a different dimension to conduct and do what you want to do without everybody knowing. We already do that. It's just you have to put the work in spiritually to get to that point. This is just a backdoor way. However, this is also a way for the babies to know how to do it. So when they do it in the real world, they comprehend the mechanics of it.
That makes sense, because that they can be able to relate more to that computer side of it than us sitting here talking to them about consciousness and astral projecting and all of that. Well, okay, well, y'all going to get to work in the multiverse. I'll be here in the physical side, still in my garden or whatever. I'll be the oracle in there. Cooking my little stuff, and y'all come in there and tell me the shenanigans that's going on. I give you my advice, and y'all go do what you need to do. But eventually, all of that stuff is gonna have to be shut down. I don't.
It's gonna get shut down.
Yeah, it's gonna eventually be shut down, or it's just gonna totally spin off into its own separate universe, if that makes sense.
Because that's when the low vibrational AI.
Yeah,
that's that reset coming in and clicking, making folks click out, and then their bodies, once they click out, and their spirits is locked in to the metaverse and whatnot. That's when those who got the jab. That's when that gonna kick in, that little I Am Legend stuff. Not really zombies, but you gonna see those low vibrational beings taking over their bodies and doing what they do, because they're gonna make it to where, like, basically people gonna be in debt. People gonna be in debt badly in the multiverse, and their spirits gonna be locked in. What you gonna do with that body?
And they can use those spirits anytime they want.
Oh, that's deep.
Right. What you gonna do with that body if you locked in spiritually into the metaverse, and you got it? Say you 1,000, like 100 million in debt, and you can't leave. You got to work in here. Well, I can't. My body got to do. We got something for that. Did you get a vaccine? We're gonna get you. We're gonna get this, and we're gonna have somebody basically operating your body for you.
Squid Games, Battle Royale. They're gonna make you fight to the death for that day.
So that's
it's gonna be branching off like that. You know, you got that's. But we're already us. Our generation are already spiritually and mentally prepared for that. We already know, like, oh, this ain't real. This is bullshit. This is that. And they know that. So if they was to come with us with that, they already know, we basically can't come with somebody who done beat the game already to come and play the game. We need,
because we done already told them no, and we're not going to consent. So they're like, well, let's go on and leave them alone.
Leave them alone. Now, so let's just hope they're stupid to where they don't learn this tech and really get right and be over here basically like got the technology to compete with us, because that's all it is. What it is right now is, well, two things: not accepting the role and stepping up to the plate and doing it, and then learning what we need to learn, the resources and skills to battle and do what we need to do. Right now, it's some of us, we're tapping in and comprehending who we are. Now it's what do we do? How do we fight? That's what people be talking about. How do we fight? What do we do? How do we do this? We got to step in our role. We got to start learning these skills and resources with what we already know and that we already know how to do with our imagination, and doing this now. Now we got to step up. Now we got to go to war now, man. We got to train and get right.
So what I'm hearing is like remote viewing, and you're going to be able to step into the remote place as well as be in the physical place at the same time.
Correct.
Not just remote viewing, but remote controlling.
Yeah.
You know, like your remote control. So yeah.
Yes, exactly.
You remember in the Star Wars, The Last Jedi, when then old Luke was fighting Darth Vader grandson.
Yep.
But he wasn't there.
Chilling. Yep. He was sitting there.
He wasn't. He was on a whole other planet.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what's going on. Because that's what it is. That's the high, that's the natural spiritual form. That's a high level of it. That's what the babies is going to be able to do. What by us making the decision now and teaching them, the generations, and maybe in a few of us will be able to do in the years to come.
But you know what just came to me, y'all? I remember before he transitioned, Dr. Dilbert Blair said that reincarnation was shut down.
Yes.
So I don't know why this just came to me that this reset is also their answer to recycle souls, if that makes sense. Child.
Yes.
Because
yeah, I know I'm gonna have to fire one the fuck up after I get up off of this.
Real quick, because there's another lady, I'll forget her name. She was talking about it. Me and my brother was listening to her the day before yesterday. She was telling how the way to the reincarnation process has changed. Now it's being encrypted. That's why a lot of people can't see their dreams, or they don't have dreams. Because now for a lot of people, you can't just go up in there now. And for those who done awoken and then leveled up, now you have to step your game up now. Even me, like, it's days where I don't even have dreams. I can't even step out there how I want to. And it's days to where it's difficult for me to even see in the astral plane, because now it done changed. Because now you got and now you're able to, some people are able to see their next assignment that they're going to. Those who are really in tune, they're going to see what they next assignment that they're going to when they leave. You know, those who are going to reincarnate. Then you're going to see those who are ascending. Then you're going to see okay, now you're going to have to sit. You're going to have to go right back down then. You know, or it's going to be that spirit, that astral plane is done. That's on a whole nother move. That's on a whole nother just operating system. And because, like you said, because they can't harvest the currency for them to sustain here, they got to change it. And that's what they lock in the spirit in. Because they can't just have you. They know the money and everything is bull crap. Yeah. They gotta get you giving up that spiritual energy. And this is how they get you giving up that spiritual energy.
That's the most important thing, because to be honest, that's what it was always about anyway.
Of course. But before they was doing their rituals, eating doing all that sick stuff and whatnot. Right. That ain't working no more.
It's not. So they going after the gusto now. So
correct.
Again, that's a reset, and they're resetting based on their technology or their matrix stuff breaking down. So this is the reset for them.
Yeah. In the eternal life, you're actually never going anywhere as long as you be part of that system they're about to set up or setting up. You'll always exist as long as you want to exist in their reset.
Yeah, son Scotty is just reminding folks, when we were having that conversation, when I was telling people when they, you astro traveling and all of that you're supposed to be encrypting yourself.
Exactly.
And he was saying, yeah, and it really works. Absolutely, it is.
How you think they get the example? How you think they know how to set up the whole digital space in this coding?
Exactly.
What you think your vibration is?
Exactly.
Your spiritual itself. How you think you go from one life to the next life?
Yep.
Or and how you connected to all the lives that you done had and your family members and whatnot.
That's
true.
A
code. That's your source code. That's your code. That's how we call you up. That's how you think the source calls you up. They call you up. The mama, the supreme, however you want to see it, the source calls you up. I need you going to go do this. I need you got to have your own personal number. You got to have your own personal tone.
Yeah. No, that's so true. And when I got into tech, I wasn't into the spiritual stuff as deep as I have gotten into. And so I learned the mechanics of tech. And then when I started picking up the spiritual stuff, it didn't take me long. I said, wait the damn minute. All of this technology, it's based on us and our consciousness. Every last piece of it. I'm like, it's based on us. Yeah. It's all based on us.
when these architect, the newest architect, but because they had died, Neo and them had died, especially Trinity. Trinity was been dead. He was like, it took me a minute to crack y'all source code to get y'all basically like back here.
Yeah.
You know, because I had, you know, he had to crack their source code. He had to find their spiritual code to pull them back down there.
Yep.
And once he did that, he found that's when they came back stronger then.
Yeah, but they still had a choice, remember?
Yes.
They still had the choice on whether or not they wanted to go back and battle this, that, and the third, but
but they made the choice though, because they knew they still had unfinished business. And that's when they was coming back. If you see, they was doing the flashbacks. Every time they touch hands, they shut everything down. They blow everything up, and everybody, they can't touch them. Can't nobody touch them when they touch hands. They gotta wait for them. What now?
I got a question. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut your wisdom, Twan. I got a question.
No, go ahead.
Do you think that, like, you know how you have these fighting games, right? And I had this thought in my head that somebody's going to create some kind of game based on history for folks who want to relive, right?
I already know where you going. Go need some food.
Oh, no, they're going to have it. They're going to have to go back in time. You're going to have folks go back in time and fight them battles and whatnot.
Yes. So you got some history buffs out here who know that they family members is Choctaw, Cherokee, Chickasaw, and all these things, right? Do you think that they will have these battles in the metaverse where the Native Americans are fighting against the, you know, Aboriginals? Say that. What you say, bro?
They already got those games. Them games done came out too.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they already got that out.
In the metaverse?
They want to
war games.
Yeah, the war games. But the thing is,
I'm talking about where real life, like the folks who heavy into this stuff on YouTube. Like, do you see?
They will be.
See where
they will be. And remember that pattern. Remember that pattern. They're going to be jumping back and forth between virtual and real, and they're going to be changing timelines.
Correct.
I'd like to say something. Remember that paper I was reading earlier? They said they had a CDT plate holographic disc.
Say that again, sis.
A CD plate holographic disc. So they kept their history, the Emerald Covenant. They kept their stuff.
Okay.
On these holographic.
Yeah, because it's the Akashic records.
Yeah.
Everything is recorded.
Well, that's what they said they kept it on. So this is what they're doing now in real time, is what you're saying.
Yeah. This is what they're presenting now because the energy source has changed, how they get the energy has changed.
Exactly.
They have to change the way you put it out. They got to change the way you giving it to them. They know you ain't just, they know the resources and things like that. These niggas is catching on. We got a lot. We got to reset them and get their spirits. We got to get them giving up that spiritual energy and be willing. And that's that.
And
that's
what's going hard, baby. They trying hard to vie for this reset. They're trying real hard, and I think they have to have a certain amount of Neos and Trinities now to even keep it going.
They do, and they gotta have they have to have a certain amount of people who are locked in, dedicated to where and then they can start really like trying to crack the whip down on those who ain't. Because they basically like it's not enough power for us to live off of. It's not enough power for us to go and, make that full transition. So that's why they just coasting right now. That's why they're just making it look cute and making it look real sweet. So once they get enough people they locked in, that's when they're gonna start cracking the whip down.
Right.
That's why it's real important for us to get ahead, to basically like get ahead of the game, get on track, get on board and whatnot. And start moving how we need to move.
Well, I would just hope that that you all start having these honest conversations with these babies now. Start having these conversations about their soul and their spirit and their consciousness, and how no matter what goes on, that is the ultimate currency that runs everything. And once you trade and bargain that in, it puts you in perpetual slavery
forever.
For quite some life cycles.
Yeah.
To me, that's the conversations we need to be having with these babies, so they don't go in this stuff blind. I don't want to see these babies go into this stuff and they got to do multiple lifetimes of trying to get their soul back intact to be free.
It's chattel property.
Because check this out, Auntie. When they're trying to get to everyone's, individual source code. Once you get to that individual source code, that's when they be like I forget what it was, but it's like they'll talk about like in magic, learning someone's soul name, their true name, who their soul's true name is. Like when you first started, when the source sent you and you start doing what you was doing, your true name, that's your source code. So that source code, true name is the same thing. That's what they get into, because once someone knows your true name, your source code, how to get it, how to crack it from A to Z, they can control you. They can make a command and make you do something. The only one who can override that source code is the one who you have given your love to, the one who you have that true connection with, and the source itself. And they know that. Yeah. So that's what they're trying to get to. They get you to where you revealing your source code to them. Once they got your source code, that's it. That's when you locked in. They don't matter how many resets come about. Unless you crack whatever it is that got your source code, you locked in.
And that's going to take a hell of a lot. That's going to take a hell of a lot. And that's why I've been screaming for years, if you don't know self, they got something for your ass. This stuff ain't no joke. And people sitting up here pitter-pattering around, and now we're going into another generation, and they didn't up the ante. This some serious stuff.
I don't mean to sound slow, but I didn't understand that part. Source code.
So
basically, I thought my source code was like my bones and my blood and my DNA.
It's deeper than that. It is you, the spiritual being yourself. You yourself, that spiritual being. You who you are. When you leave, it's gonna be your true self. Now your true self, yes, your name that you got in this lifetime, that's your name. But you have a deeper name. You have your soul name, yourself, your true name. For when you sparked that first time.
Yeah.
You got a true name.
It's like you have to call a demon by his name to get him out.
Correct.
Yes, that's exactly what I was about to say. In magic and alchemy, either way, angel or demon, any type of supernatural being, if you know its original name, source code, spirit, soul, whatever you want to call it, you can have dominion over it because you called it by its name.
Called it by its name.
And what are we? Spirit. What are we? We are spirit. When we got a source code. We got a true name.
Yeah.
So once they get to that point, that's when every time them resets come about, all they gotta do is just change whatever their system is and put your source code in there. Boop boop. We got them for another 26.
And they program.
And then Sis Tamika, did you ever see Lovecraft Country?
Me?
I fell asleep.
There was a part where the mom had went up to the extraterrestrial alien and she was like asking her what her name is. And then she told her what her name is. And she said, I am. And so her essential being, her source code name was I am. It wasn't like, whatever, Scotty, Rhonda, Tamika, or whatnot. It's, it's a bigger consciousness than what can be contained in an earthly body.
Exactly.
So do you think that we have already assisted the AI supercomputers in knowing, go ahead, babe, in knowing our source code based upon the things that we've been watching on YouTube that interest
how you
us?
think they built
No.
that?
No, they don't. They don't.
The algorithm is the ops for sure.
You still have free will. You still able to fight.
I
Once
know
you
we still have free will, but haven't we been helping their asses?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We've been helping them unwillingly, but now we have the choice. Now once you woke, that's it. Once you know better, you have to do better. So you have no excuse then. So now it's that level to where we need that back. We need that. We need that back. We need all that. We can't give them a chance to breathe.
I feel like we're teeter-tottering then. Like, I feel like as long as we keep existing in these spaces the way we are right now, we're just helping the internet 3.0. And the only way to really fight it is to completely not use it anymore.
You know, Sean been saying that forever, and I told y'all that's why I ain't going with y'all.
I don't want to go neither. It's my children. They get on my goddamn nerves trying to
you got
be in
babies
this
to take
shit.
care of. I understand. You got responsibilities. That's why my last go round, I made a conscious decision not to have babies for that purpose. I knew exactly what the fuck I was doing. I knew
rub it in my face.
No, that's okay.
Just rub it in my face.
You do you. I'll be the oracle in my backyard, and you just gotta tap in and telekinesis me, and we could communicate that way. But
that's how it's gonna be. This is how we get there. This is the thing. Because even in there, they showed it was people who couldn't go into the matrix because they was born in the real world and they didn't have the tubes and the holes in them, so they couldn't do that. And for you to go through that you could die going through that. So you had those who could. They was the hackers. They was the ones reading source code. They was the ones implementing hacking their codes and handling the matrix when they was in there. They was their handlers. They was they hackers. They tech.
Well, can you keep an eye out for my babies when you in there? Cause I ain't going in that shit neither.
So just to remind y'all, remember we went over this patent. That's why I had to stop the history stuff with the Real Pilgrim series.
Yeah.
Because I ran across that astro plane and it said, bitch, you need to stop that and get on that and get these information out. Mm-hmm. Y'all see the date on this patent application for a practical time travel machine, dynamic, efficient, virtual, and real robots? Now, I'm just going to read this abstract because we got a lot of new people. But this was started out that Mama Terra series when I ran across this information. A method for time travel which allows an object or a group of objects to travel into the past or the future, as well as a method to cut objects from the past or the future and paste them to the current environment. The present invention, called the practical time machine, requires teams of super intelligent robots that work together in the virtual world and the real world to generate a perfect timeline of planet Earth. Now, I'm not reading no motherfucking sci-fi. This is a patent. The timeline of Earth records all objects, events, and actions every fraction of a nanosecond for the past or the future. A time traveler will set a time travel date. The time traveler can be one object or a group of objects. Next, atom manipulators are scattered throughout the Earth to change objects in our current environment based on the timeline and incrementally change the current environment until the time travel date. Each atom manipulator is intelligent and manipulates the current environment as well as generating ghost machines to manipulate the current environment. Also, components of the practical time machine can be used to create technology for the purpose of building cars, planes, and rockets that travel at the speed of light building intelligent weapons, creating physical objects from thin air, using objects invisible, building super powerful lasers, building anti-gravity machines, creating strong metals and alloys, creating the smallest computer chip, collecting energy without any solar panels or wind turbines, making physical DNA, manipulating existing DNA, making single-cell organisms, controlling the software and hardware of computers and servers without an internet connection, and manipulating any object in the world.
Yeah.
This was in
Period.
2009. So they're literally implementing this now.
Why do you think it's so important that they push out the skins, the NFTs, these skins, the way you look in there? The way you look in there, you can change how you look. Somebody can walk up to you, they be a whole Automobot. They be a whole Autobot. Be a whole character from another video game.
So
or he can just light pole.
Go ahead, brother.
My bad. He can just be the light pole, just sitting right there.
Yeah. So they literally told you in this patent how they were going to roll out this VR stuff. So people just sitting up thinking it's just VR when it's literally about your spirit and your soul. They literally laid it all out for you all. It's telling you real world, virtual machine, creating the time machine. They literally in this patent step by step told you what they want to do. And now they're at the implementing phase. So if we're so far removed where we don't understand that the essence of you is your spirit and soul, how people gonna make it out of this virtual stuff? Those are the things that we should be focusing on teaching our babies. About their spirit, about their soul. Because they setting up for a reset for sure, for sure. They're literally resetting as we speak. They are resetting. And as usual, people so far behind the curve, they on some bullshit that you're leaving the next generation out to dry. But again, the choice still is yours. Nobody is hopeless in this situation. You're not hopeless. But sitting back and not doing anything and whining and complaining, that's like consent. Because if you don't know self, you don't know the importance of your soul and your spirit, and that you are in control of your soul and your spirit, how can anybody go into a virtual reality to save you? If you haven't started teaching your babies these principles of who they are from a soul perspective, how are they supposed to survive that? That's why it all goes back to here at the end of the day. It really does. We got to get on our shit. Especially if you have young souls you are responsible for. You have to get on your shit. Child, we ain't finna go over no history tonight, goddammit.
Hey, Auntie, this is what the elder Dr. Blair said. This is the spiritual puberty.
Actually, Dr. Dilbert Blair, before he transitioned, he told people that they should be in grad school. That's where I got that from. I didn't come up with that. That was Dr. Dilbert Blair.
But see, this the puberty. You know how you can, you know how it's, you know, you when you go to school, you going to school, but when you go through puberty, it's different. When you, your voice getting that
start
acne,
changing, right? Start
changing,
filling out.
like,
yeah.
It's like when a woman is pregnant, this is happening. Like when a woman is pregnant, this happened. This what is this ain't no, you grad school, you can flunk out of grad school. You can skip school. You can't skip puberty.
Yeah, we gotta get it together, and all of this low level bullshit. Do any of that matter? Did you see anything in there talking about them giving a shit about what you identify yourself as? Did you see any of that in there?
No Bloods, no Crips, no nothing, did they?
No. They don't give a fuck about none of that, because they after that soul, baby.
Never gonna get it, never gonna get it.
Never gonna give it, never gonna get it. They like, well, that bitch is crazy. She don't need to go nowhere. Let her old ass stay.
Turn on that 5G. Man, it's gonna be something else.
But you know what? I told y'all why they had to put that 5G in there. And that 5G really ain't shit, because they gotta go higher than that.
Yeah.
They cannot run this. To be honest, they cannot stand up Internet 3.0, the metaverse, on the current infrastructure that they have. They cannot do it.
Except for the ones with that graphene oxide in them, they can work that one.
I don't know what that mean. I'm on the tech side right now.
That's the technical stuff they done put in those jabs.
Okay. Well, none of that's gonna work if they're merging that with the virtual reality. They have to build the infrastructure. So 5G is just the introduction to the Internet 3.0 or VR 3.0. That 5G stuff, they're still trying to adjust it, because I don't know if you all paid attention. They were talking about, folks have been saying that the smaller planes falling out the sky and crashing, it actually went mainstream media, where folks were linking that to the 5G. That happened while I was on this 2-week break. I was surprised they came out and said that. And some people was asking the FAA to get involved to stop the implementing of 5G, because they felt that was messing with the plane's technology. And of course they said no, they're going to move forward. But the point I'm trying to tell you all are, they have to ramp up the frequency. So it's going to have to be past 5G in order to implement VR or virtual reality or AI the way they want to. I think China is probably up to testing 7 right now. I'm sorry. Go ahead, son, Scotty.
No, I was about to say the FCC and the Biden administration is already getting billions of dollars into improving that infrastructure, and tons of other like companies like Elon Musk and Starlink and all this other type of stuff that's creating this, the trying to, like, now it's making sense why they trying to amp up all the money into that, because they, like you're saying, they need that infrastructure to support that metaverse. And if you look it up, Biden administration, I think through the FCC, is giving a lot of money to like different telecommunications infrastructure companies and stuff.
Yeah, because it's just like, those of us that was around when the first internet came out. Remember that shit was dial up. It took you like forever to get a picture. That shit was coming like, they had to upgrade the infrastructure for us to get to the point we are now to even be streaming live, because it's a lot of data going across. So they have to have the infrastructure to support it. So the amount of data that has to go through The ethers,
Yeah.
is even much, much more than what we're doing now. So they have to build the infrastructure to do it. And that's in
And
the
that's a
meantime.
combination of.
I'm sorry, go
No,
ahead.
I was just gonna say that's a combination of the satellites and low Earth orbit, because they'll let you know that they ain't really in no outer space with them where them satellites is being placed, and the fiber optics and what's the other one? The cable.
Yeah.
And so like, yeah, they need to take, and also you can see they just basically taking free energy from the black sun, from the ether and the dome and shit, and then, you know, monetizing it and building a whole infrastructure around it, a whole matrix around it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And shout out to somebody in the comments on one of the videos, messed me all the way up. I can't remember your screen name. I apologize. They said, mess me all the way up. They said, but the black sun is the AI. I said, damn it, baby, you knocked that out the park. Absolutely.
They've been using it.
Bam.
They've been using tech.
Exactly. And that's why I was so grateful that I ran across that information, because when I immediately ran across it, I'm like, oh my God, this is it. That's how they've been doing it. All they did was set that technology on top of Mother Earth's natural energy grid, which were and still is the tree roots and the energy she has in the ethers. They just set that tech on top of it, and they're running that AI on top of that.
That's like crystal energy too.
Yep.
So
just
that's why
into.
Exactly. That's why even that particular Black Sun AI has to be reset. Why do you think they're talking about them having all of these artificial suns? So it ain't like they're not telling you what they're doing. It's just, as usual, most folks aren't paying attention. They're focused on the wrong stuff. But yeah, I can't dispute anything you all said tonight. It's deep, but I mean, I just don't know what to say at this point. If we can't get the basics down and teach our babies the basics and teach our babies to be strong on their own as, you know, spirits and souls, they're going to be lost, and they're going to be latching on to something or someone. And as long as you're latching on to something or someone, you have to roll with what their program is. So I'm just the old head that finally 20-something years, although I knew in my soul something wasn't right and I never fully bought into it, but it clicked to me, okay, wait a minute, I got to get my shit together, because this is all about me and what I'm going to do and what I'm going to create and what I'm going to allow them to cipher off of me. So yeah, this is serious business. It's a serious, serious time that we're in. It's a good time, the flip side, because we get ready to see some amazing shit. Mark my words. We're going to see some amazing shit. But it's serious. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
At the same time, we can't limit ourselves. Anytime you partake in any system of theirs, you have to be within certain parameters. You're limited automatically. That's part of the agreement in any of their systems.
Yep.
You have to give up so much in order for them to be equal.
Yep.
Because you have to remember who it is that's actually looking for equal rights to something that doesn't belong to them at all. So it shouldn't even be about sharing any energy with them. As either as creators, we're going to create something specifically for our offspring, or others will continue to create stuff for them.
That part.
Yeah.
Mm.
And that's the crossroad. That is the fork that the majority is at this moment. They at that fork.
Exactly.
And
And
the fork.
actually, they should be able to come and go any and everywhere as they please without being hooked up to the system at all. Should be no limits on your frequency. We should teach them that their frequency should never be the same. It should be constantly elevating. There are no limits to what they can do. So why put them in a simulation where there are limits? And you giving up control and power to somebody else.
Right. And you don't know how long it's going to take them to get out of it.
Right, because you have to get the coins in order to get the skins and this, that, or the other, and be able to upgrade the weapons and all these things that they have to do when they're fully powerful to begin with. But you give up your power to be in a game.
Exactly.
Instead of creating your own game.
Right.
Where you remain all powerful.
Yes, sir.
And it's about that frequency.
Mm.
If our babies elevated to frequencies where these things can't see them or touch them or come near them, we ain't got to worry about nothing.
Yep.
Because they're actually not our baby. They full beings just like we are having an experience.
Yeah.
They're quote unquote gods and goddesses. We only supposed to give them a certain amount of guidance and direction. And then it's up to them. We can't enslave them either.
Yeah. If they have their
Just
free
like
will.
we reached a certain age and we wanted our life. It didn't mean we didn't love our mother and father, but hell, you was a child at one time. Y'all did what y'all did, and now I'm here. I mean, that's the cycle. That's the way this shit works. But we have to prepare them to make the right decisions, and we can't indoctrinate them and then expect them to figure it out later.
And that's the part I'm talking about.
Because that's what we just
to lose.
That's what we all went through. That's what we went through.
Exactly.
And if that my child is growing up, know how to operate in the business world and the spiritual world, and is one to know who they are. You know, you can't, wherever you take them, you can't beat them. You can't even be in the same space as them.
And that takes a lot of work to do that. And salute to you. And that's why, my nerves be getting bad when I see adults with bullshit. It's like, okay, the amount of work that you have to do on yourself, number one. And then if you're a parent, number two, or if you have grandbabies, how everybody got time to focus on bullshit instead of to the grind, getting these babies prepared. That's what our legacy is supposed to be about. That's why,
And
as a
it's
parent, you could sit back when you've done your job, and even if your child goes out there and make fucked up mistakes, it's gonna hurt your heart, this, that, and the other, but you're not gonna have no guilt behind it because you didn't laid it out, you didn't guided them, this, that, and the third.
You know they can handle themselves.
Exactly.
But
And-
you also
I'm
have
sorry, go
to
ahead.
provide for a safe space, a clean space,
I agree.
even
Mhm.
for yourself.
I
And that,
1000% agree.
that's energy wise. You have to keep the energy in your home clean
Come
and
on now, talk about it now.
a high frequency.
That's right.
Because going out in the world, they're going to be subjected to everything.
Yep.
And they need to be able to come home and
And have a
cleanse
safe space. I
and be able
1000%
to rest and heal to
exactly.
get all the rest of that bullshit off of them instead of going to sleep with all that bullshit on you, and it just get heavier day after day
Exactly.
and continues to violate your space.
That part. Let me give you a motherfucking explosion for that. That part. That's supposed to be the job of the parents. So when I be on here MF and SB and talking about people don't have down the basics, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. And we're not being honest with ourselves. We're not being real with ourselves. When our babies don't have a comfortable environment. So yeah, this is serious business. Being a parent, that's a serious ass contract that you entered. That's a serious ass contract you entered. Now, you don't have to do your part, but you just gonna be repeating the cycle because everything is recorded. Everything is recorded. And your life gonna be fucked up in the process as you finishing out this little cycle. This is serious business.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why participating in some bullshit with some adults, I can't do it. I'd rather cook grains of grits individually than to fucking be bothered.
Now that is the funniest shit I ever heard in my
I
life.
swear I mean that because you know I love me some motherfucking grits. And I will get the motherfucking grits out, have that pan of water, and drop it grain by grain before I be involved in the fuckery.
So I just asked Chase. He had on his goggles. He was in the metaverse, and I said, Chase, what were you doing in there? He said, I was hanging out with my friends. I said, how many of your friends were in there? He said it was 20 of us. I said, well, god dang, you got more friends in the metaverse than I'm doing on YouTube over here. I said, so what y'all doing there? He said, oh, nothing. We were just hanging out. I said, well, you said you were in the kitchen and you told somebody to put down the soda. He was like, yeah, somebody was in the refrigerator drinking up all the Fanta.
Now, he in the metaverse now. He in the metaverse is what you saying. Not that they in y'all house in the living room.
No, he in the metaverse. And so I thought about it. I said, you know, I done pulled the child out of school. He's homeschooled. And, you know, part of the biggest issue with homeschooling is that social interaction that they miss. Yeah. And as much as you try, it's still not enough. Like he does jujitsu. We had him in soccer, but it's cold right now, so that won't roll around until the springtime. Mm-hmm. But it's just that interaction. They crave that. And it's like you let them exist in these spaces. They make friends. They meet new people. And then you don't feel so bad as a parent that, you know, hey, I know I took you out of school away from all your friends. I guess you can interact with them virtually. It's the least I can do, right? So it's just, I don't know. The struggles is real, trying to balance it all.
It is. I take my scarf off to you all. Cause y'all
And
really up against something. And even if you take the technology out the picture, just the way other parents move and how they're not interacting and raising their children plays a huge part and impacting your children. And I know that's showing my age. It's just totally different now. It's totally different. So you just do the best that you can. But if they don't get anything out of it, they should be able, when they leave your home, they should know, basic principles, basic values, and they should know who they are, and they're responsible for self. And at the end of the day, the most precious thing is their soul and spirit, their consciousness, their peace of mind. And without that, you don't have anything. If we teach these babies these basics, it'll never leave them. Today, my parents don't know shit about no technology, none of that. But they sure in the fuck taught me basic values. And whether or not they was always on the up and up, that shit didn't matter. Back in the day, they didn't give a damn. I don't give a damn what you saw me do, what I tell you you ain't supposed to do. Now, I'm not saying that's gonna work now, because these badass kids will turn around, or children turn around and give you the finger. But I'm just telling you, nobody can convince me that it don't work. Children don't have to go out here and make the same mistakes that we done made. I'm grateful for my aunties and my uncles and, of course, my parents. I'm grateful for that, because they sat down and told me the shit. They told me the good and the bad and had to come clean and tell on their damn self. Now, that doesn't mean that I agree with them at the time, that I didn't believe them at the time, but I'm going to tell you what, it stuck in my consciousness. And when it was decision-making time, I was able to access that information and make a fucking decision. It is our job as parents to do that. Don't think that they're not going to get it. They are.
Yeah, because I don't have no kids, but I got hella nephews and nieces and little cousins and stuff. And I just remember my parents talking to me like, I was able to understand, but I may have been like a toddler or whatever. And I remember it now. And I be talking to them the same way. Like, and they going to get it later. They going to remember they crazy Uncle Scotty that was like talking some stuff that they didn't really understand, but now they got it.
Right. That's what we supposed to do. I'm sorry, just like my little nieces and them, she was doing something to her daughter, my niece, and it was out of pocket, and my sister and me saw her do it, and we both swung around on a dime and said, "What are you doing? We didn't treat you like that. You're not going to treat her like that. You better get it together, and you better get it together real quick. That's not acceptable." That's how we're supposed to be doing stuff. We're supposed to be holding each other accountable. So if we can't even get the basics right, how the fuck we gonna talk about going to some metaverse, doing this, doing that? Bruh, your household is messed up in 3D.
For real.
3D, 2D, 4D,
Exactly.
all the way fucked up. That's not funny.
We're just not being honest. We're not being honest.
Yeah, the masses of us are not ready. They're not ready to accept.
No.
And that's okay. That's fine. And knowing that that's what it is. Like, okay, at least we know that we know who it is. You know, we have to comprehend. Okay, we know who it is. We just gotta step up to the plate.
Exactly.
You know, press forward. Like for me, I'm learning this, gaining this information, and getting comfortable being in these spaces. So I'm able to give y'all this information, have it and do it on my own. Learn the tech and be able to do it on my own.
Exactly.
Be able to do. Okay, I can do virtual reality. I can do augmented reality. I can do straight holographic reality right in front of you. Boom. Holograms in different rooms like they do on Star Wars. Boom, we got holograms. Ain't nothing.
And we depending on you, Uncle Twan, to watch out for the babies in the metaverse.
Well,
we need ethical people like you in there.
We got to just teach, and we got to just teach them how to, you know, defend themselves, to comprehend, you know, having
and to navigate in there. If they gonna be in there, they need to learn how to navigate in there.
Yeah,
exactly. Having real conversations with people, comprehend when somebody is gaslighting you, comprehend when somebody is feeding you bullshit, comprehend the small talk between real talk, comprehending that tongue talk, knowing what these people are saying, knowing like, yeah, he ain't good for you. This person is lying to you. How you know? Because they're saying this. What do you say? Well, I say this, and they say this. Yeah, they say that because they want to get you into what they're doing. Seriously, yes. Pay attention to what they're saying. Nah, you making them and drilling it in their head, giving them different scenarios. It's comprehending how your child learns, comprehend what he responds and she responds to, and teaching them so they can it hits to their core, learning how they learn, seeing they like this. Okay, I can probably get them so I can teach them this. So when they in that verse, they're gonna be able to operate how they're supposed to, because we can't force it from them. You know, it's gonna be fed in their faces, and people gonna want what they can't get. You know, we gotta teach them how to have it on their own. We gotta learn how to build the tech doing these things and teach them how to do it, because they're gonna make a better version. Whoever make a better version, it don't matter. We know how to do it. Then they going in there. Yeah, these are the ones I made. Now I'm able to get into their system through their Oculus. They're gonna think I'm an Oculus, but it's not. It's mine. Watch this, mommy. Boop. Here's yours. You can watch me right here, and you'll be invisible next to me. Or you won't even gotta have the glasses. You can have a controller, however you want to have it. It can be a hologram. You making it look like you just got a regular avatar in there. You changing your skin while you in there. That's the whole point of it. But you got holograms. You operating, moving. You sitting up there. You got Eldorado. She doing it from her computer. However you want to do it, you'll be able to operate. It's just what we have to comprehend it and do it on our own. And that's it sounds easy. It's the hard part, but that's how simple it is. We gotta tackle the hard, and we can do it. And we're ahead of the game right now. We know we already got the imagination and the creativity. Come on now. Now we gotta do it on our own. Can't keep giving them the arena, and we walking and we banging on the door.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You have to constantly be a creator without consenting to the bullshit.
Shit, we supposed to keep buying up all this real land. How you think they're gonna start having these free spaces? Where these spaces at? Because people gonna want to go into the real world. They're still gonna want to be in the virtual reality, but in the real world, they still need real space. They still need to live. They still gonna need food, and they're gonna start making decisions. These niggas I don't have to put on these headphones. I ain't gotta go in these pods. I can see Auntie Rhonda in her garden and get real fruit. I can do all of that on my own and around people who care for me. I'm finna go over here. I'm not going in this pod in New York. I'm not doing that. That's how we offset that.
Yeah, well, I already told y'all where I'm gonna be. But
in your garden.
You gotta know the code to get there.
Yeah, you're gonna have the code. In virtual reality, and you're gonna have real people coming up on you. You're gonna have people pulling up on you, getting that real.
So
right.
I wish everybody well, but it's really it's past time to have real conversations with you all, with the babies. Let them know that there are consequences and reactions. For every action, there's a reaction with this technology. and let them understand what the true connection of that technology is. Have those real conversations with them.
Yep.
So, all right, well, I know, child, we ain't discussed a bit of history tonight. That's okay. Well, actually, shit, we done went in the future. We done told y'all. So y'all heard it here first via Nisi Poo and nephew that they gonna be fucking around all this stuff that we going over that people think they the master of and want to cuss you out down to the ground because they feel you ain't telling it properly. They finna change them timelines anyway. So y'all heard it here first. So when y'all come back to me with the bullshit, saying there were no Indians, there were no cowboys, there were no white people, I'm just gonna be like, okay, I ain't gonna argue with you motherfuckers and none of that. So I'm gonna know the timeline been changed once again. And I'm going to sit with my medication that I didn't grew from scratch and say, okay. So you heard it here first. I done pulled up the patent for you. We been telling y'all where this shit is going. So that's down to the ether timelines on down to your genetic DNA, to your spirit and soul. But you have to consent. At the end of the day, nobody's forcing you to do anything. You have to consent. So that's what you need to be teaching the babies. They have a choice. You have to consent. But when you consent, understand what you're consenting to. And if you want to play in this realm, that's fine. But what do you want to get out of that realm?
Mm-hmm.
So, all right. So, nephew Twan, what you got for the family for last words?
Hey, just adapt. Just, step into your role. Step into that role. That's all they got to do. All you got to do is step into that role, learn what you can learn, and create your own. Create your own. Focus on creating your own. Being that man, that woman tinkering in your house, just making it own. Making whatever you can make. Creating it on your own. And using that resource. Moving and operating and evolving from there. That's how you combat that. We gotta move on our own. Mama Earth is backing you. The creator, the source is backing you. You are backing you. Your ancestors are backing you. This is your time to do it. This is your reset along with their reset. It's everybody reset. You able to go and you got a clear ground. You ain't gotta be scared of it. You just need to learn what you need to learn so you can have it on your own.
Indeed. Nisi Poo, you have any last words for the family?
I just want to say thank you, Brother Twan, for bringing your wisdom, and everybody, the panel, Auntie Rhonda, Uncle Sean, Sister Sandra, Brother Scotty. I appreciate y'all. And everybody in the chat, thanks for listening in. And that's pretty much all I got. I'm just thankful and grateful to still be breathing on this Mama Earth here. Exactly. And thankful for all the wisdom that y'all bestow. So peace and love, y'all.
Okay. Peace and love, Nisi Poo. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
Yeah, well, tonight was very interesting. We started off talking about basically doctrine, and we ended up in the metaverse.
Child, we never know where it's gonna go. That's why these series be taking me so long, y'all. But it's gotta,
and that's okay.
Yeah, it's gotta go this way.
And that's okay, because this is what's needed. This is what's needed. We see why it started off talking about that, and we see why we started off talking about what we're talking about. The doctrines, these false narratives, these timelines ain't never going to go away until we destroy them and create something else. We living in the matrix. We is inside of the terraforming. We are surviving through this terraforming. And so the doctrine to the metaverse, you got to know, like Brother Twan was saying, you got to create. Like you say, Ms. Rhonda, all the time, you have to create. Like them patents is saying, They worried about our consciousness. They not worried about your title or how much money you make or your gender or your race or whatever terraformed, made up bullshit that it is.
Right.
Like you say, Miss Rhonda, and like Twan was saying, it's about your consciousness. So they're going to have a doctrine. They're going to have a new internet, a new matrix for your consciousness. Because that's all that fucking matters.
Yep.
So keep your discernment up, people. You got to see through the doctrine. You got to know when somebody on the bullshit. You got to know that this is another version of some terraformed colonization, alphabet boys, whatever the fuck it is. They coming at you from all corners, every angle. But at the end of the day, what are they studying? What are they trying to harvest? What do they need you to participate in? It's about you.
That's right.
Your consciousness. Your consciousness. So that's all.
All right. All right. Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
It's tough.
I know, girl. We owe. Shit.
I admit it, and I don't mind it because I got
Neither
here.
do I. It is what it is.
Yeah, we got here, see, so that's a good thing. But I have to say that it's more, is more than the matrix they're showing us. It's these underlying currents that they have put out there for us to trip over. And we're going to make it because we are the originals to this planet. They had to use us to get here.
Mm-hmm.
So if they have to use us to get here, they got to use us to stay here.
Exactly.
So I'm good. I'm good. I'm just happy that we had a lot of revealing things tonight, and it carries back to all of the things of ancient days. And oh boy, AI, he wants to be in control of everything now because he was thrown out of control years ago, centuries ago. And so these people want him back, and he wants to come back. It's like that Star Trek stuff where the two people wanted to experience love again in the physical flesh, and that's what he wants to do, experience the physical flesh that we have. And we shouldn't give up that physical flesh because he's in the spirit and he can't get back without us. So I'm appreciative to all the contributions. I learned a lot listening to about the metaverse because I didn't have a clue what it's all about. But as we read that that patent they have out there, I understood that really well because I have done remote viewing for a while if I want to. So I can see what they're talking about, and it's pretty good.
All right, sis. Good deal. Good deal. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well, you are still the greatest technology that you don't know shit about.
Well.
You know more about the creations of other than the creation of self.
Mm-hmm.
Unlimited power, unlimited everything. The only limits you have are self-imposed.
Yep.
It doesn't matter what somebody else suggested or wrote down. It didn't take effect on you until you agreed to it, until you consented. When are you going to consent to your higher, unlimited self? Love y'all. Wholeness and power.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you all so much, family. Thank you to Brother 832. It was good hearing your voice. Thank you to Nephew Twan for coming on, putting us up on game. We truly appreciate you. And Brown Wolf Shatat sends a shout out to you as well, Nephew Twan. And thank you to Nephew Christopher, Mr. Christopher, for coming on as well, confirming things for us on the tech side. Thanks, Nisi Pooh. Thanks, of course, to son Scotty. Thanks to sis Sandra, and thanks to brother Sean. And thank you to the YouTube family. Thank you to the chat. Y'all was in here doing an excellent job as usual. I saw a couple of new people in here. But they started off rough for the couple new people that I saw in here. But
They caught on.
Yeah, they got it. They're like, oh, yeah, I told y'all. Y'all will be like, oh, I like this lady too. I can't stand that damn lady. That's just the way I roll, and I'm okay with that. It ain't about no kumbaya session with me. But thank you all, everyone in the chat. Thank you to the YouTube family for supporting us. So, ciao, y'all. We gonna be back next week. We supposedly and allegedly gonna get on this history stuff. But we just gotta see where the energy moves. So I guess I better hurry up and finish this shit before y'all fuck around in the metaverse and let that timeline change. So I gotta save my goddamn books. But even with that shit, they could erase books or change what's the fuck up in this book. So we're gonna be back next week, family. We appreciate you all. I know, thank you, son Scotty. I know you sent the super chat. And thank you to brother Jeff who sent the super chat. Thank you so much. It's appreciated. So we gonna rock out, fam, with the new little music that I got that's exclusively to this show. And I did it for y'all, millennials. That beat is for y'all, goddammit. I was like, twerk and twerk, twerk, twerk. I'm like, yeah, that beat is hard. So that's for y'all. So anyway, love y'all, and we'll see you all next week. So peace and love, family.
Wholeness and power.
Wholeness and power. Y'all be, and y'all just make it